We'll be quiet.
Hello. I thought you were done talking.
Sorry.
Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer.
And I'm playing Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, Unsecret Crush is going to be honking in the background. Hello, Crack Gab. Great to see you. And yes, we do have a duck command in our game. You can duck. However, we do not have any actual physical ducks in our game, but there's still time. Maybe.
Maybe if you type in duck, a duck will appear.
You never know, I guess. Hello, 6-7 and Valis. Great to see you. Hope y'all are doing well. Hong Kong, how on brand for a conversation about ducks? Yes, indeed. So, our game. It's coming along. We still got a whole lot to do. I'm a little scared about what the hole I've dug for myself. It's pretty deep at this point, but, you know, we'll be okay. It's fine. In particular, I'm a little nervous about how this whole PDA is going to work out. Just the stuff I wanted to do with it is definitely pushing the limits of what World Builder was designed for. However, I do have some backup plans, so I think we can make it work one way or another. I feel like worst case scenario is I have to maybe simplify things a little. In fact, I already made some plans to simplify things a little bit, and we can go further if necessary. Hello, Hinton. Great to see you. Happy Create a World Day. I have to go to a farm soon, but I believe in you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a great time on the farm. That sounds lovely. Oh, no. I forgot to get out my little notebook. Okay, so there's two things that will require some particular amount of audience participation today. I want to figure out a name for our PDA, and I'll show it, and then I can talk about the names we have suggested, that people have suggested so far, and then y'all can suggest additional ideas, and then we'll probably do some polls to narrow it down or something like that. And then also we have this bookshelf that we've added to the game, and it's got a lot of books on it. And initially I was thinking maybe you could click on each individual book on the shelf and see what it is. Just get a short description. But I think having that many individual clickable objects is going to be a pain to deal with, mostly because the bookshelf will move. And that will, if there were lots of clickable objects on the bookshelf, we would have to move those all out of the way when the bookshelf moves. And I think that's just going to be too much of a pain to deal with. But we can still do all the goof book titles and just have it so that when you click on it, it gives you a random response. Because random numbers are very easy to do. So y'all can come up with your best ideas for funny book titles. My thought is a book title, an author name. It could just be your own name. It could be, something that is a little bit of a joke itself, whatever. And then optionally, a little bit about the book if, it needs more to, be a funny little thing. But not a lot, just a sentence or a couple short sentences.
No light novel titles?
Yeah, no. Hopefully y'all will have some ideas for that. Otherwise, I'll just have to come up with jokes on my own, and I'm sure they'll all be terrible. Hello, Silver. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. The farm is a cafe in an old farmhouse. Probably no farming involved.
That sounds delightful.
Honestly is probably best, I would think. That seems like the ideal farm experience to me. 6-7 says you could probably do an entire world builder game that's just poking around a phone. Yeah, definitely. So speaking of which, let's go ahead and show off what I have so far here. I did do a little bit of work since the last stream. Mostly I wanted to play around with the PDA code more and make sure we could actually do the type of interaction that I wanted to do. I also went ahead and drew a little PDA just so I had something to click on. Again, it won't be right at the bus stop here. I think we'll probably... My current plan is that if you search the bathroom, you will find it behind the toilet in the bathroom. But I am open to other suggestions. Lots of people suggested putting it in the bathroom, so I feel like that's a popular choice. Okay, let's use the PDA. And here's our little PDA interface. I think I cleaned this up a little bit since the last stream, if I remember correctly. And we can turn it on. Also got a little bit of a description here. The PDA is a lovely teal plastic. It has a 3.5-inch monochrome display and a row of bright pink rubbery buttons along the bottom. So we can hit this power button and turn it on. And then we got this nice little lock screen here. And then a row of numbers along the bottom. Oh, also, I changed the arrow designs. Silver shared a video in our Discord of this weird little device called the Rex 3.
Is it the credit card one?
Yeah, it's a little PCMCIA, I think that's the right acronym, card. So it's like a credit card size, tiny little device. It's got like 4 buttons along the right side, and it has these weird type of arrows that are like up, left, and down, right. And they did that so like it makes sense if you're going, you know, up and down a list or, you know, left to right across the list. Like it's got a row of icons, and if you press, you know, down right, it'll go right, and then when it gets to the end of the screen, it'll go down. So I thought that worked well for what I'm doing it here. Previously we just had up down, which, you know, would have worked fine, I think, for going left to right, but I love that little device. It's such a weird object, and I wanted to use that button style. And then I changed the design of this one. It had a little bit of a curve to it before, but once I added the diagonal arrow here, it felt weird to have that very similar arrow. So that's our back button, which I think is still necessary. Yeah. We could potentially do away with it, I think, depending on how we design the interface of this device. But I don't know what else we would put there, so we'll probably just keep it as a back button. So that'll like take you to the previous screen, and these will navigate within the screen you're on. And then, of course, our OK button is like a select, and then that's our power. So the interactivity I put in here is just selecting the different numbers. And then I didn't go beyond that yet, but basically you will select a number and then click OK, and instead of nothing happens, it will basically fill in a dot. And then once you've filled in all 4 dots, you've entered a 4-digit code, and then the game will have to decide if you've entered the correct code or not. So hopefully we can get that all working. Basically, what I have in mind is, because of the way World Builder works, we're going to have a lot of code just to determine which button you've pressed. I'll show you the code I have so far in a bit, and I think it'll be a little more easy to understand why it's a problem. But that's what we have so far, and basically we'll store each digit in a variable, and then once you've entered 4 digits, we can look at those 4 variables and make sure they're the correct values. And I think that part of it will work fine. Hello, Culinary. Great to see you. if you could do some shout outs when you have a minute, not a rush. Thank you, Val and Silver. So we can close our PDA. Oh, we also have menu options here. I can't remember if I did those on stream or not, but I did clean them up a little bit, so we can do like all the different buttons as well as closing the PDA from the menu as well. Okay, and then all the stuff outside the house is pretty much the same as we left it. I'll do a quick tour of the area, but I won't go through all the puzzles. Got our dog here. We'll cheat and get the bone so we can give FIFO the bone. And pet FIFO. And then I think I added this since last time. We can cheat to get inside the house now, just because that way we don't have to deal with the normal guy.
Thanks.
Thanks for the thanks, 6-7. Here is our lovely little bathroom where we can flush the toilet, open the lids. Let's see. And then upstairs we have this bookshelf. I think I pretty much just added some shading to this since last stream. We have Agent Scully up here on the shelf. I think this is the book that you'll be able to take. I like the idea of just having this book that is, obviously different, be the one you can actually pick up. And then clicking elsewhere on the shelf will give you a joke book title. And then, another thought I had is that so this bookshelf is going to be like a secret passageway, right? So there's got to be a hidden lever somewhere. And my thought is that you need to pick up the skull and then search, which is one of the default commands. And then you'll discover that there was a hidden switch behind the skull. I feel like that's a decent interaction. I mean, most people are probably going to click on the skull anyways, and then you just have to do a little searching to find it. I think that'll work out okay. Thanks, Val. I appreciate it. And then I also, I had initially drawn a doorknob on this door, just because, like, that would be the, at least normal to me, place to have a door. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be on the right side, right? Because we live in a right-handed world. So, yeah, I think that's a normal place for the doorknob to be, but I figured since you won't be able to go in this door, it's better to not suggest that. I mostly just wanted to have something here to kind of make this look like something other than just a weird, like, dead end at the top of the stairs. So I figured we just have, like, this more vague suggestion of a door. And then the description says you're in a hallway that stretches east and west, though all the doors look like they haven't been opened in years. And then we'll probably have some text if you try to go east or west or click on the door that, the doors are, they're jammed. So you can't actually use any of them. What else? Oh, I figured out some very exciting things in Mac Paint. Uli Witness suggested a couple things on last week's stream that didn't seem to work, but I eventually figured out that they did work. They only work in a specific context. This probably isn't interesting to anyone else, but I'm going to share it anyway. And the funny thing is, they were right here all along. If you go in the shortcuts. So a lot of these I was able to just kind of figure out because they're similar enough to common shortcuts that are, still pretty standard, like you making copies of stuff. But scroll fat bits with option pencil and command pencil to enter or leave fat bits are super, super helpful. So basically what that means is Say I draw something here. This is going to be a very bad smiley face. Perfect. And then say I have to select something over here, like, oh, there's a pixel here and I need to delete it. And then I go in and choose fat bits. And then I'm way up here because that's where I last clicked. And then I got to select the hand and like try to figure out where I was, and it's a pain. But you can just select a pencil and hold Command and click, and it goes right there. It's great. And then when you're in fat bits, you can hold Option and you just get the hand. The tricky thing there is that only works if the pencil is selected. So if you happen to be using a different tool, like the paintbrush, Option doesn't do anything. So not perfect, but very, very helpful in getting things done more quickly in Mac Paint. And now you know how to use this very old program that you will never use. Let's talk about this PDA code next. Yes, computers can do everything. It's true. Okay, so here's our PDA screen. And first of all, let's open the code for normal def. There's very little code in here. You can see it opens quite quickly. Now let's open the PDA code. It takes a little time. And this isn't anywhere near finished. So here's what I've got so far. At the top here, we just have some code to set up the menu. That's super simple. We have some handling of the back button, which currently doesn't do anything. And then we have a very long block here that basically handles first the down right button. And then we have the OK button, which I'm actually going to move. Let's move it up here. I originally had these in order of where the buttons are on the interface, but I think I would rather have the up and down buttons next to each other in the code here. So first we have down and then we have up, which is, it's basically this same chunk of code repeated over and over with different object names in each one. So if you click up or enter the text up, it first does a check if PDA screen 1 is in the current scene. And if it is, then it moves that to storage and moves screen 0 to the scene. So that handles going from the 1 digit being selected to the 0 digit being selected. And then we have to repeat that for each possibility. And I am reasonably confident this is as simple as it can be. We could do things like use variables to keep track of what's selected or whatever, but that doesn't really simplify it. In fact, it just requires more code. Honestly, the biggest thing we could do to minimize the amount of code is to just use shorter object names. But I kept them, a reasonably short length, and I think that's okay. I don't think I'm going to fuss with that further unless it becomes a problem. So we have, let me check the manual here. RIP to computers indeed. There's like an appendix here somewhere. Yeah, okay. So text size is limited to 10,240 characters per scene text, scene code, or global code per game. So basically this window of text here can be 10,240 characters maximum. I don't actually know how to I don't think we can look at that specific number, but we do have, wait a few seconds for this to close and then I'll show you. We can see how many kilobytes our text is currently taking up, which I'm trying to think of how that maps. But if we go into info, so we have our design is 1.244 bytes on disk. Our text, which is just the description, is a mere 138 bytes. Our code is 2,141 bytes. So that's like, 2 kilobytes. And then data accounts for 25 bytes. I guess that's just the little bit of info you can enter on this screen. Maybe ChatGPT can write the world builder script. Maybe. It would probably not, I would guess it would not be any more efficient than I could be, but who knows? Also, that makes me wonder, like, would ChatGPT understand like some weird old language? Like, would it be able to figure that out? I have no idea. Culinary says you basically wrote a router for the pages of the PDA. Not much else you can do to minimize it. Yeah. So, and then here's another thing, like our PDA screen. So we have, first there's these buttons, which are just invisible objects, which give you the click zones. And one cool thing is, like, our buttons are irregular shapes, right? Like our up button is actually shaped like that. And World Builder is smart enough to like only make those pixels the clickable area. So like I was worried at first that it would just use like the bounding box, like the overall rectangular shape, but it's actually smart enough to do the exact shape that we have. So that's really nice. And then we have our locked screen, which is all of this. Like this amount of stuff is going to be consistent no matter what is currently selected. So like putting all the numbers on here allowed me to minimize how much is duplicated across the other objects. And then each selection is basically a different object that gets moved in and out. Ideally, this would be a single shape that we can just move around, and the code would be greatly simplified overall, but what you gonna do? At least it's easy to follow more or less. Like, I don't know. It is what it is, I suppose. So let me think here.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks, Culinary. 6-7 says you can teach it to communicate with you in a symbolic language or syntax, but it has a limited short-term memory unless you pay. Oh, interesting. Val said it can't figure out modern English, so probably not. I'm trying to think of what we want to start on here. So one thing I mentioned is we need to name our PDA, which I want to do relatively quickly. Like in the next hour, I would like to figure this out. So I'll give y'all a time to think of additional suggestions, and then I don't know, maybe in a half hour or something, we'll start voting to narrow it down. So our previous suggestions were Xenolon suggested Leibniz and Edison, which I think are both kind of playing off the Newton. I'm not familiar with Leibniz, but I looked up the name, and it was some sort of I don't know, I want to say mathematician, but I could be wrong. Xenolon also suggested Woz, which is great. I would like it to be either very short or, you know, just a couple like simple words, because the player is going to have to type the name. So for example, like Woz is good because it's 3 letters, easy enough to remember, right? And then Silver suggested Digital Buddy, which is also pretty great. It's longer, but since it's just a couple normal words, like that's, again, easy enough to remember. I think it was Uli Witness that suggested Care as a nod to Susan Care, which is great. And then I was also thinking Appleton might be a fun name, which of course is a nod to William C. Appleton, the creator of World Builder. And it's also just kind of a fun name for a device, I think. Got the apple in there, which I think kind of fits with the playful design that we have. Okay, Culinary has suggested the Melbourne. Let me write these down here. A riff on Sydney. Ooh, okay. Okay, I get it. It took me a minute, but I got there. Woz is good, yes. Virgil led Dante through purgatory. Ooh, I like that. Val with the smart one. Silver says, I also like lid, little interface device. That's great. Okay. Lid is good, yes. So I'll give you some time to think about that. If you come up with any other suggestions, I think I probably will not, because streamer brain. I should have thought more about my own ideas off stream, but I failed to do so. So Appleton is all I got. The reason I wanted to narrow that down soon is because the way World Builder works, like we have all these objects here, right? Which right now just say PDA, which is fine. I think I will probably leave those. And any object in the game that isn't something that's going to be displayed to the user ever, I'll probably just label PDA, especially if we end up coming up with a name that is more than 3 letters long, because that's going to affect the length of our code. And then the other thing is that there's no like find and replace, at least I'm pretty sure. So this is the reason I want to decide on it now, because anywhere we have a reference to the device name, we'll want to change it and make sure we've tested thoroughly with the correct names. So again, that's why I'm probably not going to change the PDA label for objects that won't actually be, like the name won't be displayed to the player. Just because I already have a lot of those in here already. I'm looking to see... But yeah, I don't think there's any. Huh. It's interesting that we still have these menus in the code window. Unfortunately, we can't use a pattern on our code. But yeah, no find even, not even a basic find, much less like a find that, like ideally, because we have all these references to objects, and like if we rename our object, this doesn't change, it will just break. So I have to find all those references manually. I have to go through each code window, which there's not even a way to like list all the, like I just have to scroll through every object and every game screen and open up the code and manually look through for references that need to be updated. So that's not ideal. But there are only a couple cases where like Where is that one? Oh, yeah. PDA, I think that's our actual, like, in-game, like, pick-upable object. So that's the one that is going to be labeled whatever we call this device. But the rest of them, oh, right. And then also the room this title is displayed. So we'll update that. And now that I've talked about that, I'm going to make a note that we need to change PDA object and open PDA room. So I'm pretty sure those are the only two, and there's not a lot of code that references those. We have like some global code that handles opening the PDA. So like this reference here, and then we move the player to the open PDA room. And that's pretty much it, I think. We'll probably find a couple other things that break, but it should be easy enough to spot those. So what else do we have? While we're thinking about names, let's see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 names so far. I think I'm just going to go ahead and veto Leibniz. We already have 2 other Xenolon suggestions here, and I just feel like even just me, I'm going to have a hard time remembering how to spell that. Yeah. So that gets us down to 8. And I think if we got a couple more, then we could do like 2 polls and then a third poll to pick the final winner. I'm trying to think of what we should actually work on right now. Let's do a little more PDA coding. I would like to get into actually making this lock screen function more. So I talked about some ideas for simplifying this. There's basically 2 ideas. One is we split the PDA functionality across multiple screens. I was briefly thinking that would actually be a really great way to do it, because like all this lock screen code is specific to the lock screen, right? So once you've unlocked it, there's no longer any need to consult that code at all. When you open the device, you'll go directly into the unlocked screen, and we don't need to worry about this code. So if that's all in a separate screen or room, then it works out great. The problem is, if I do that, then I have to duplicate the background, which is not ideal. It's not terrible, but it's not ideal. Mostly just because it, is going to double the size of that background art. Like it's not smart enough to realize that this is the same stuff, and it can just, display it. I could make all the background art its own object, but then I have to worry about moving that from one scene to another as you navigate the PDA screens. And I think that's going to end up feeling really clunky and just be, an additional complication to keep track of. And then I think the worst part is I would have to duplicate the buttons or move those from scene to scene, which is, again, not ideal. Probably that is how I would do it. I would duplicate the background art and then move the buttons as you navigate around. I don't love it, but if the code gets out of control, then we can do that. And I think that will make it more manageable for the most part. The other thing we could potentially do is, instead of 0 through 9 digits, we could, just do like 1 through 5, or, maybe there are 4 different symbols you choose from or something like that. Just because if we limit the options you can select, that greatly cuts down the code. Like, all this code here, like we could just delete half of that if there were half as many buttons. So that's a pretty significant savings, and it's only going to get worse from here. But let's go ahead and start working this all out. So, like I said, we're going to do... So let's go back here for a second. So we've got this code that you use to select the different buttons. And then when you press the OK button, basically I have to have a very similar code that checks which screen is present. And then it sets a variable based on that when you press OK. So it'll be pretty similar to this. It'll just be, you know, instead of moving these objects around, it sets a variable instead. And then, and then as you enter each digit, we have to fill in those dots, and then it's going to have to look at which dot you're on, and then basically all the code for checking which number is selected has to be duplicated. And then we set, you know, the next variable. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all, but it's going to be messy. But it'll work. It's just a question of how out of control and how slow it is to load. So we are currently using L1, D1, D2, and G1. I figured we'd use P for PDA. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but P1 is going to be lock screen digit 1. And then P2, digit 2, P3, digit 3, P4, digit 4. And then those can all be 0 through 9. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The way World Builder works, an uninitialized variable that you haven't set to something yet is actually some value less than 1, but you can set it to 0, which is going to be different than if it hasn't been set to anything. So that should work out fine. So I'm going to start by just selecting all this code. A lot of this is going to get deleted, but it's fine. So for each button, we have this fallback text that says nothing happens if you're in a context where that button doesn't do anything. And that always goes last. So each if statement here ends with an exit, so once it's done something, it won't go to that. So if you press OK and PDA screen 0 is on the scene, then we set, wait, what is it? Let, I think, P1 number equal to 0. Is that right? I think that's right. Let's close to get a syntax check. And I'll check the manual if it complains. Does this have switch statements? Absolutely not. It'd be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, you can't even do like a if else. You just have to do multiple ifs and then exit. God, this is so slow. I will say I can, since I'm not doing this on a real Macintosh, I can make it faster, but then scrolling gets hard to control. So that's why I'm not doing that. Oops. I honestly wish they used regular scroll bars in here, like a normal macOS scroll bar. You'd have like a box here, right? And you could drag that to scroll to a specific spot with more control. But basically, all you'd get is clicking up and down, and if the thing is running too fast, it is impossible to stop where you want it to. So hopefully we can avoid opening and closing this too much. I think after I put in this first group of variables, then I will make the little dot, the filled in dots as we enter the password digits. So like so far this looks straightforward, but once we have to account for which digit of the passcode you're on, basically this whole thing has to be duplicated. For each one. But like, I mean, it's only 4, so that's not that bad, right? Let's see, we need another one for the 9. And that's it. Oh, right. I think I always end up with these spaces after, like, especially after the last line. But I think it clears those up on its own eventually, like when you close the window. For a while, I was manually deleting those because I'm like, man, like each one of those is a lost character, right? But I think it's cleaning them up automatically. I remember finally testing that to make sure. Okay, so that's handling the first digit. And now I'm going to close this and make the dots, because we need to figure out what those objects are named to write the rest of the code here. And then basically we'll have, if you have 3 dots filled in and you enter the last one and hit OK, then at that point it will check all the variables to make sure they're the correct values. And if they are, then you'll unlock the device and it'll take you to the next screen. And we got to move all those objects off the screen and move the new ones in. And if it's wrong, then we'll basically reset the little dots, so you're back at the beginning of the passcode. So what the heck? Like, oh right, one thing I had decided to do, if you click on any object that starts with PDA screen, you get text response that says, unfortunately, this isn't a touch screen. You'll have to use the buttons. And I thought that was a nice, like, you know, probably a lot of people will assume they could click on the screen, but I kind of want to be insistent that they use this like a device that doesn't have a touch screen. I could make that work, and honestly, it would simplify a lot of things, but I just kind of attached to making this look like, making it function like an older device. So I'm committed to that. And a nice way I can do that without having to write a ton of code is to start out each screen item with a consistent name. A thing I kind of accidentally discovered at one point is that if you're doing a check for what you've clicked on, you can use a single equal sign for contains. So if you click on any object that contains PDA screen, it will give you that response, as opposed to having to write code that checks for each individual object. So, and then I just added a number for each digit. But now we have another thing that's basically 1 through 4, so I'm trying to decide how to label those. I guess I'm going to go like D, D1, D2, D3, D4 for D for dot. Again, I want to keep these short because the more, like, those names are going to be in the code a lot, so the shorter they are, the better. At some point, if I'm feeling desperate, I might shorten screen to, like, I don't know, SCR or even just S or something. But for now, I'd rather leave them somewhat descriptive, so I'm not, later on trying to figure out what the heck all these names mean. Okay, so PDA screen D1. PDA screen D2. No, you can't copy and paste in these dialog boxes. I've tried. It's not case sensitive, but I've tried to be consistent, just for me, I guess. Okay, so there's all our objects, and then we're going to go back up here to our lock screen. And we're going to copy these 4 dots. So, that's fine, I think. I was thinking, do I need one that doesn't have any? But I don't think so. I'm trying to think if it would be easier in code to know where we are in, like, the interface if I have one that doesn't have any dots filled in. But I think I'll just come back and add that later if it seems like it would help. So we'll fill that in black. And then the next one. 2. 3. And 4. Okay, so PDA screen D1 through 4. And now back to our code. So, it might be easier to follow what the code is doing if I have a D0. But that'll be easy to change, so I'm just going to do it like this for now. So I've copied that whole block, and now I'm doing a check for if PDA screen D1 is in the scene, then end, and then we're pasting this whole block in the middle of that. And I will say one thing, I really love that this auto formats the text for you. That is hugely helpful, especially when you have to do a bunch of messy ass code like this. So now I'm just taking the code we just pasted, and I'm just updating which variable is being set. So when the first dot is filled in, we're pressing the button to fill in what the second digit is equal to. Oh, right. Shoot. we also have to advance the dot. That's straightforward enough. And I think I can do that in a way that does not add a huge amount of code. So basically, we will move PDA screen D1 to the scene. So this is at the start of the code where it's like, okay, no dots are filled in, so you're filling in the first digit. And at the very start of that code, it fills in that first dot, and then it goes on to figure out what you've actually entered. And since this is first, it will always happen no matter which block here actually matches. Otherwise, I would have to do this move inside of each of these if statements. And then we'll have this up here. Proceeds to, oops. Proceeds to the second dot. I think at this point, we should go ahead and test this out and make sure it's actually functioning the way we expect it to. I'm going to add one more bit of code that checks what we've entered. So I figured for now, we'll have the password be 1234, just for testing purposes. So I'm going to add a bit of code that says, if we're on dot number 2 and we press OK, it will check what we've entered so far. So at this point, we have entered the first 2 digits, and we want to make sure it's 1, 2. So if P1 number sign equals 1 and P2 number sign equals 2, then print you got it. And then our empty line that we like to have there. Oops, I forgot to end here. Okay. And that should be an exit, actually. And if those aren't the variables, they have entered. That's wrong. Okay, so hopefully that all works. That's the same combination on my luggage. Oh no.
Is it the price of a cheese pizza and a large soda from Panucci's Pizza?
Shoot. I'm trying to remember what that is.
Is it like 1067 or something like that?
All I can remember is it ends in 7. Like, yeah. I'm pretty sure it ends in 7. That'd be kind of a tempting joke code to put in. Oh, this is so slow. Let's speed it up. There we go. That was fast. My ears perked up at the mention of pizza. Okay. Slow this back down. Pineapple pizza. Oh no, we forgot to make our... Oh, we forgot to set up our... we've got a bunch of dots we can pick up here. That's a problem. Okay, we gotta go fix that.
PDA screen D4.
Oops.
I'm always saying this.
So by default, when you create an object, it is a mobile object, which is something you can pick up, and it will start in a random room. So if you forget to set those details from the start, you can end up with that. So we're going to start all our objects in storage, which is just a temporary spot that is not accessible to the player. And we'll make them immobile, which means you can't pick them up. The other settings don't really matter. Free dots. Oh yeah, I was also thinking about interface sounds. I don't think I want to do like a sound for every button press or anything like that, but I thought it might be nice to have sounds for certain things, like, for example, if you get the code wrong, or if you get it right, or if you get a new email message or whatever. I went through the sounds we have. Oh yeah, I was also considering a startup sound. I went through the sounds that are in World Builder, and some of them are possibilities. Like there's a harp that I thought might make a nice startup sound when you first turn it on. Let's see, we have some possible message noises are chirp. I thought that was a fun one. Harp could also be a message noise, but I feel like it's maybe too long for that. I don't know. It's just not bad. We could do, just for goofs, a loon new message sound, which is honestly quite tempting. Or type bell 1. I don't love that one. It's just there's a little static in it that's kind of unpleasant. In fact, I'm just going to delete that from the list right now. And then error noises. I thought the best ones were drip and twang. That one sounds like a good, like, you've done something not quite right. Okay. All our dots are configured correctly now. Now have the PDA, use PDA. Hey, Salt Ranger, good to see you. Powered up. Okay, so let's first try, actually, well, it's easy enough to restart and pick this up again. Let's try a wrong code first. So we'll enter 4. We got a dot filled in, that's good. 7. And then we'll hit OK. That's wrong. That'll work correctly. All right, since we didn't add code to reset anything yet, we have to quit out to try a different code. Although it might have been possible to... No, that wouldn't work. Open PDA. Turn it on. All right, one nice thing about the way I've set this up, since it's like its own separate room, and these things are all objects that aren't going to move around unless we have code that does that. Now that this is on, like, I can put this on 4 and close the PDA and go somewhere else and then open the PDA. That's a bug. Oops. I'm going to write that down. Honestly, there's probably so many text parsing bugs. Open PDA on library screen. Opens the box. Okay, let's go to a different screen and open the PDA. And it takes us right where we were, which I think is good. At this point, when you're entering the passcode, it might be better to have it reset, but I'm not too worried about it. And later when you're, using it more, trying to get on the Wi-Fi and stuff like that, I think it'll be really nice to have it, be exactly the way you left it. So now we're going to enter the correct code, which is 1, 2. Okay, you got it. It works. Okay, progress. Oh, so Salt Ranger and anyone else that came in after I talked about this, we are currently coming up with ideas for the name of the PDA. Our suggestions so far are Edison, Woz, Digital Buddy, Care, that's with a K, Appleton, the Melbourne, Virgil, and Lid, or Little Interface Device. But if you have any additional suggestions that you think would be fun, feel free to suggest them. I would like to have a name that is either short or just a couple of words that aren't too hard to remember, like Digital Buddy. I'm good with, because it's two normal words, and that's I think pretty memorable, because the player will have to type those anytime they want to use it. Where were we? Back in our code here. Oh, that's a great emote. Little hype cactar.
It's very good.
Okay. So now we're going to, once again, copy this entire block of code. And I think what I'm going to do is like go in reverse order here. Currently, the way I have things set up, the first digit has to come last in the code, because that's kind of like the fallback. Just because we don't have a way to check whether you're on that dot, whether you're on the no dot screen, aside from just making sure that any of the other dots are not present, if that makes sense. So if we kind of put them in reverse order, then it will have a weird kind of consistency to it. And at least, like, as messy as this is, at least it's easy enough to do. Like, I just got to copy and paste this whole block, update all the numbers, and then we're done. And we're already halfway there. Honestly, the biggest concern is if I typo something, it could be really hard to spot. Like, this World Builder code is extremely not QA-able. Like, we don't have any debugging tools other than the syntax checking that it does, which the syntax checking doesn't check if, like, we have all these object names. It doesn't verify that those are referencing actual objects or not. So that's one of the biggest areas where you could have an unexpected bug. And then this is the last block. So if D3 is present, then we're entering the fourth digit. And now that I'm filling out all this code, like, I have the dots are labeled D number and then the variables are labeled P number. Might have made more sense to be consistent there, but oh well. Okay, so that's it? Question mark? I think. So now we can check for the full 1, 2, 3, 4 code. And then the next thing is we need a reset if you've entered the wrong code, and we need to take you to the next screen of the device if you enter the right code. Just use the refactor tool. Oh, I wish. So one thing about the next screen of the device, I'm just thinking to myself here, it might make sense to split this into 2 different rooms. Just like one room for the lock screen and then another room for everything else. Just because I kind of hate to be putting more code into all this in the chaos that is going to become. We also talked about having basically like a little screen of icons with 4 different apps. And I don't think I'm going to do that. As much as it pains me, I would love to have a little screen of icons. I love little icons.
Icons are pretty good.
But I think adding a bunch of extra screens that aren't really essential to the game is just going to add too much complexity. So I think at least to start with, what we'll do is we'll make this just an email device. So we'll have, once you unlock it, it will take you to a screen that's like showing your messages. You'll be able to select different messages, and then there'll be like a settings button like at the bottom or something. And then like that'll just be it. You'll be able to open the messages, and that'll take you to a different screen for each one, but that'll pretty much be it. I think that'll be a lot easier to manage than having like 4 different, like I think did I sketch anything out? Oh yeah, I did. So I had sketched out, this is when I considered putting ears on it. Like we have our email app, that's important. This is settings. I think this was going to be like a little boss button that just brings up a spreadsheet. Which is kind of funny. And then we also talked about putting in like a little soundboard basically that would let you play the different sounds that we've already put in the game. So like it wouldn't add that much to the total size of the game. But what I'm thinking right now is we might still do that, but let's not do it right now. If I feel like having a little more fun with things later, then I can put that in. But that probably won't happen. Not that I don't want to have fun with it. It's just, this is already, I've spent a lot more time on this than I planned to, which I'm enjoying, but also I want to make sure we finish it. So if we find any opportunities to make sure we get it done in a reasonable amount of time, I think we should take that. Okay, so let's start with adding the code to reset, because we already have everything we need for that. This is sluggish. So we basically need to take all our dots and move them off. Only one of these is going to actually be on the screen, but if we just move them all off, that kind of resets things without having to check which one is actually present. So it's a lot simpler that way. And also we need to move them to storage, not scene. And then, speaking of resetting, we also have some code. Oops. Oh no. Oh gosh. Okay.
Quackscab would like to know where the duck's at.
We still have no duck so far. Okay. So here I have the code that runs when you turn the device off. Thank you for the loon culinary.
We do have a loon sound effect.
Yes.
Which I feel is at least duck adjacent.
Yeah. So basically here, we need to add our dots into the list of objects that gets moved off. So basically, anytime you turn off the device, we want to completely reset everything. And speaking of that, we should also reset the passcode if you are turning it off. This is an interesting complication. We can't unset a variable, and you can only set it to a signed integer. So I can't reset it to a default below 0 value the way it starts out. So maybe I'll just set it to like a high number, like 99. Maybe I should just set it to 0. That's what I want. P1 was our variables, right? So let P1 equal... I'm just trying to decide what to do. We could reset them all to 0. I guess ultimately it doesn't really matter, because if we're resetting the interface, then you still have to enter 4 digits. So we'll just set them all to 0. I think that's fine. Oops. If I type too quickly, I guess what's happening is sometimes I start typing after pasting, but before it has like reformatted the code. I end up doing something unexpected. And again, I would love to have like a function that just resets the pass code and then I could call it from multiple places, but we can't do that, so I just got to copy and paste it all. Okay. Is this actually... Oh, this needs to be updated for one. This might not actually work the way I meant it to, because I guess we actually want this code to run after you enter the last digit. Like, I think the way I programmed this, we need to press OK one more time than you would expect to. No, Culinary, it has none of that. Honestly, pretty much, if you haven't seen me do it, if you haven't seen me write code for a particular language feature, it's not in World Builder. I think I've covered at least most of them. I guess that's not entirely true. There's some stuff for like basically things we're not worrying about. Like, I don't know, there's player stats and there's some like you can move something to a random scene. That I haven't done anything like that just because it's not really that useful. Yes, it's very simple. Let's speed this up again. I did close this, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're just going to do a quick test here to see how this is coming along. Pick it up. Use it. Turn it on. Okay, and we'll start by entering the correct code. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, like, the way you would expect a normal device to work, I think, is once you've entered that last digit, then it unlocks, right? So I think we need to rearrange our code so that that is how it behaves. Oof. I hope that's not a pain. It might be a pain. But the way we programmed it, you need to enter OK again. Oh. That was unexpected.
What happened?
It said that was wrong. But we can test some other things here. So if we turn it off and on, it should reset. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. I pressed power instead of OK. 1. Wait. What? I might have accidentally hit a button there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's wrong. Interesting. Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay. So if you click OK and D4 is on the scene, then it checks if P1 is 1, P2 is 2. Oh, okay. I've written code that's impossible. So P1 would have to be equal to both 1 and 3, and P2 would have to be equal to both 2 and 4. Which obviously is not correct. I copy and pasted some stuff here and forgot to update it. Okay. So that should all work now. The thing I am trying to figure out here is so the way we have it now, you enter OK again at the end, and then it does this final check on the code. Oh, okay. I was thinking, we have to program this because what we want to do is, it's going too fast, in this block here where we enter the final digit. Oops, I scrolled past it. In this block here where we enter the final digit, we need to set that last variable and then do that complete check on the passcode. So my thought was the only way to make this work is to paste this entire check inside each of these if statements down here. But it's not quite as bad as that because only one of these is the correct digit. So there's only one block where we need to handle that. And then the rest of them, we need to paste the code for handling the wrong digit. It's still not great, but it's better than I was thinking. So I'm taking this check for the correct value and moving it under here. We don't actually, the way this is worked out, we don't actually need to set P4. But I'm going to do it anyway for now. It's already in there. And once we figure out the correct path, the passcode we're actually going to use for the game, we'll have to rearrange this. So it's better to just keep that consistent. So this is the only block here. Like if they're entering the last digit and they've entered 4, then we want to make sure all the other digits they've entered are correct. And I guess we still need a handling of incorrect digit in that one as well. So this whole block has to go in every one of these if statements, which kind of sucks. But I really can't think of a better way to do that, because each of these if statements has to end with an exit. Otherwise, it would go on to, oh, wait, that's fine, because none of the other ones will pass. Because only one of them is actually be selected. Okay. Okay. I'm glad I thought of that before I pasted all this. Okay, so this, I'm taking this out, and we need to change all these to end. Pretty sure this will work fine. Again, this is all very messy and not ideal. I do honestly love the challenge of figuring out how to make this work, though. Okay. So the one thing we do want to make sure to do here is change this to an exit. That's probably, no, that is important. That is definitely important. Because at this point, we only want to handle one button press. And then this chunk here will also go, oops, at the end. So basically, when they enter the last digit, the program is going to go through all of these checks, but only the number they have selected is going to pass. So it will still only get, like, only one of these let statements will actually run. And then once it's gone through all those, it gets to the code after that that determines whether or not they've entered the passcode correctly. So I'm pretty sure this will all work now. And again, first it checks if you've entered 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you have, it prints you got it, and then just exits. We don't have any code yet to take you to the unlocked screen. If you haven't entered the correct code, it resets everything and then prints that's wrong. And actually, let's go ahead and add a sound in here. Oh, maybe I was initially thinking we could have a nice like startup sound when you turn the device on, but maybe this is a more like satisfying point to put that like fun little sound. So when you unlock it successfully, you get a nice sound, and then you get like a little bonk kind of a sound if it's wrong. I like that. So I think for now I'm going to go with harp. What else do we have? Chirp, harp, and loon. A nice little hum. Yeah, I don't think we have anything that's like I can imagine what you're suggesting, but I don't think we have anything quite like that. I'm definitely not opposed to recording more sounds, but I don't want to spend a bunch of time trying to figure out how to make my little keyboard make good sounds on stream. At least not today. Like I want to get a lot of this PDA coding done and stuff, just so I feel like we know what all's gonna work. I'm just looking over the list here, and then of course there's Loon. I'm trying to think if any of these could have it explode. Some bubbles. A drip. We could have it say hello. That might be funny. No. Definitely not. Weird. Ooh, it's a little unpleasant. That's allegedly running water. Sheep? Perfect. Definitely not siren. Yeah, I'm going to go with harp for now, and then our... I liked twang, I think. Yeah, for the incorrect password. So... let's... oh, wait. I was about to type play, but it's actually sound. Twang. Oh, we're going to have to copy that over. So we haven't used that one yet. Twang and harp. Okay. I think that's gonna work now. Oh, I missed some questions. Does this accept new line characters? Could snip a few lines. I'm confused by what you mean.
What is a new line character?
Just like generally you do like a backslash R or a backslash N.
I see.
I don't think we can do anything like that. I guess, yeah, like instead of having the separate print statement for the empty line, we could have a new line character. But yeah, I don't think that's possible. Yeah. I think I closed this already. And it ultimately wouldn't save that much. I mean, the number of times we're entering a new line is pretty small in the grand scheme of things. I feel like if it comes to it, we'd save a lot more space by shortening some object names by far, because those are repeated so much. Mm-hmm. I have not tried a \r or a \n, but I'm like 99% positive. I will try it just for you, though. Let's see.
What if it makes the computer explode?
I'm going to do it in a different scene just because that one takes so darn long to open. Let's put it in the bus stop. We will add some code here. I'll take out this and put... I'll do both. \r, \n. I'm pretty sure it's just going to print the little literal characters. So what was that? Search? Yeah. Worth trying, though. Thank you for the suggestion. All right, let's use PDA. Turn this on. Okay, first I guess we'll do it the right way. And then we should do a little experimenting to kind of test things out here. So we're going to enter 1, 2, 3, 4. You got it. Oh, we didn't copy the sound over, so it didn't play the sound. And we didn't set it up to move to an unlock screen yet. But that all worked correctly. And then turning off and on should reset it. So we can try... Let's enter 3 digits that are incorrect. And then turn it off and then back on. And now we're going to try entering the correct digits again. And it still worked. So now let's try an incorrect one. Let's enter 000. That's wrong. Okay. It all seems to work fine. Before I forget, we should fix that little test code we did. Another thing I would love is if you could... Thank you for the thanks, and you're welcome. I would love to be able to comment both for documenting what the hell any of this code does, and also just for like, you know, I want to temporarily comment this out because I want to try it, you know, a different way. Nothing like that, at least that I'm aware of. I have not completely reread the manual, but I've skimmed through it all, and I've done, like, I have a PDF copy of it that is searchable, and I've searched through it for various things that I've been wondering about, and I'm pretty sure there's no way to do comments. Okay, so that's back how it was. And then we need to unlock the device. So, oh, the sounds. Let's copy the sounds first. So this is our game sounds. Out here we have our full sound library. So we want to copy twang. Paste that in. There's our twang. And then the other one is harp.
Excuse me.
Who knows where it is in this list? It's not alphabetical. The lists in World Builder are simply the order things were created in. They cannot be reordered unless you just like cut and paste, but then you lose the name each time you do that, so it's not worth the effort. There's heart. I've done it a couple times when I wanted to keep two related objects next to each other, but beyond that is absolutely not worth the trouble. Harp. Okay, so we have our sound effects now, and now I'm just going to make, for testing purposes, like a dummy unlocked screen. Oops. So we have PDA screen locked. I'm going to copy that. And for now, we'll just name this PDA screen unlocked. And we'll delete this stuff. Oops. Did I do this? There we go. Let's do this. Someday I'll remember the weird shortcuts for the tools, and then that will be the day that we're done with this, and I never have to remember them again. Okay, this is just for testing purposes, but we might as well have fun. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so that was PDA screen unlocked. Oh, perhaps after this we should finalize our name. So last call for name suggestions, for PDA device name suggestions. Again, so far we have Edison, Woz, Digital Buddy, Care, with a K for Susan Care, Appleton, the Melbourne, Virgil, and Lid or Little Interface Device. Okay, slow that down again. I think I scrolled too far. I did. Okay. So, okay. So this is kind of interesting. A thing I hadn't considered is no matter what, we want to move all these objects off. The dots should all disappear at this point. Unless we end up making the unlocked state a separate screen. Should I just do that? I think I should. Then I don't have to open this huge slow mess of code every time. It will become its own huge slow mess of code, but I don't think it'll actually be as bad as this. Like, I think this is the most complex code we're going to have on the PDA. So let's try it as two separate rooms, and if it seems like it's not working out, we can always change it back. So we'll move player to unlocked PDA, we'll call it for now. Silver says, I think for code purposes, I'd say Woz or Lit. We'll do a vote. I think we'll do 2 polls, and then we'll take maybe the top 2 from each poll for our final poll. Okay, so that's fine. And then since we're moving to another screen and we're never going to come back here once it's unlocked, we don't have to worry about resetting anything here. So that should work out well. And I think what we'll do is we'll have another variable. I don't see any reason not to make it P5 since it's related. And this just stores whether or not the device is unlocked. So less than 1, which is the default state, is locked. And then equal to 1 is unlocked. So we have let P5 number equal 1. And then elsewhere we'll make use of that. So here we're just going to take the player directly to the unlocked PDA screen, but in the future when they use the PDA, we need to check whether that variable's set to determine whether they go to the locked screen or the unlocked screen. So I think that's pretty much good. And then since we're doing two separate screens here, we have to copy and paste a bunch of stuff. I think what I'll do is just create duplicate buttons. Honestly, the most annoying thing is the buttons will have to be named differently on the second screen. But that's not that bad. It's just a little bit annoying. Let's speed this up. Another thing I would love to do in the near future is to try to get someone to test this mess of code in particular on an actual device, an actual Macintosh, to make sure it doesn't run poorly.
Or set the computer on fire.
Right. I don't think it will. From the sound of it, other like world builder developers absolutely ran into issues like running out of space, and like we haven't yet hit that. I think we're still pretty well under the limit of total code, so I don't think this will run too poorly on an actual computer. Like, it seems like it's the syntax checking that is especially time consuming. Like, when we're playing the game, everything is very snappy. Like, you know, obviously in an emulator it's going to be a little different, but even on a slow speed, you know, playing the actual game is very responsive. Okay, so let's create another room. But regardless, it would be cool if we could test it. I know Xenolon offered to do that. So I might have to get in touch and see if they can help with that in the near future. It would just be nice to know if we might want to tweak things. Because again, it's okay if this doesn't work on an actual Macintosh, but I would really love it to. Like, you know, we're going through the trouble to do this in this very old game system. And it'd be cool if, you know, it actually worked on a real computer. So we're going to call this for now. I think I labeled it PDA unlocked. Or no, I got that backwards. Unlocked PDA. Okay, and we'll set up this room. Nope. Scene data. Can't go anywhere. Oh, right. There is a decent amount of code we'll have to duplicate, but honestly, just a fraction of the overall code. Okay. So let's first just copy the appearance here. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. It just occurred to me, oh, right, how do I select everything to copy it exactly? But I think I managed to get everything there. Yeah, there we go. When we get to the battery compartment, we'll have to kind of duplicate some stuff. It's okay. I think it'll be okay. So for now, I'm just going to change this object to be on our unlock PDA screen by default. It's a mobile. Lopsided little smiley face. Okay, so that should all work now. And we want to go back in here and copy and paste some of this. Actually, I think it might be easiest to just copy all of it and then delete most of it. Because there's stuff at the beginning and stuff at the end that we want consistent across both screens. Okay. So we have, this is just a bunch of like fallback commands, so you can't like move around or drop things. Or, we have handling of search. And then above that, we have handling of closing the PDA. This chunk of code is something we've already got duplicated. It's on our credit screen as well. And now we have 3 different screens we have to update every time we add a new room to the game. So that's messy, but it's not too bad since we have a pretty small game. This chunk here handles, if you click on anything that's part of the PDA screen, it will tell you it's not a touch screen. This chunk here handles turning the PDA off, which we do want to handle in both unlocked and locked states, but all of these objects are specific to the lock screen, so we can delete all that. And then we'll have other objects we have to deal with on this screen in the future. And here we have handling of turning it on. I just, my brain started thinking there for a minute. Oh, right. How do we do this? So, because we want the screen to be on by default when you get here, but I guess we'll just do that by having the correct appearance on screen initially. That shouldn't be difficult. So what I'm going to do here is, if PDA screen unlocked is in storage, then we move PDA screen unlocked to the scene. This is lock screen stuff we don't have to worry about. This text will change to it's showing a goofy smiley face. And that all should be good. And then we have a whole bunch of handling of different buttons here that we can delete, or different selected numbers rather. So this chunk here handles the up button, which is going to be mostly the same, at least in terms of the like fallback. Again, I'll have to create different objects that have a slightly different name, but that shouldn't be too hard to update. And all of this can be deleted. This is all the OK button handling. Goodbye. Okay. So that's all our unlock screen code so far, and it's much smaller. And much quicker to close. Okay. Should that work now? Ooh, we should update our code for opening and closing the PDA to handle the unlocked state. Okay, so this here is what we have handling it currently. So it makes sure that you have, first it checks if you've typed open, use, or look. And then it checks if you've typed PDA, phone, or device. And then, of course, we'll also add our device name in there that we decide on. And then it makes sure you actually have the device. And if you do, then it moves you to the open PDA screen, which we're going to eventually rename to locked, whatever our device name is. But we'll worry about that when we get to it. But we do need to add a new check here. So if our variable p5 equals 1, then we move to the unlocked screen. And I think that's it. This should work. Famous last words. Here's our duck code. Very important. Okay. Yeah, I think I mentioned this previously. I don't think there's a way to check how big our global code is. It's definitely not as big as the PDA lock screen code, though. Like it loads a lot faster, so I'm not too worried about it. And I don't think it'll get that much more complicated than it is currently. Okay, so pick up the PDA, we use the PDA, and we're initially taken to the locked version. And we can enter our code, 1, 2, 3, 4. We did it! Oh, right. I was like, oh, I know I entered a description of this, but that was specific to turning the power off and on. And I just remembered I didn't put the buttons in yet, so we can't actually do that. We can do, yeah. Oh, that didn't work right. No, it's fine. Can we close PDA? Okay, that worked. And then we can use PDA again. Okay, and we're taken back to the correct one. So we're getting there. That works pretty well. And, you know, at this point, once it's unlocked, you never have to go back into that other mess of code. So I think that's much, much better overall. Val said, look at that face. And Quack Gab said, no more sleeping tonight. Oh, oh, also, let's close our PDA. And then just for you, Quack Gab, duck. Quack. Sometimes if you duck, you get a different response. You duck and the dwarf's knife flies harmlessly over your head. What other joke commands do we have? We have sniff, sniff, sniff. We have zizzy. A hollow voice says fool. We have our secret command. Is nothing happens here. Okay, so we're getting there. We still need to figure out this whole bus schedule thing. This is going to be the key to figuring out the actual passcode for the device. And Culinary had a great suggestion of basically having some sort of overlay that you put on here that kind of reveals the code. My current thought is that that can be an item you find. I was thinking I could put a vase in here. I was already kind of thinking of having it just for decoration, a little vase here. I think that would look nice. And either you can maybe search to find it, or you can click on the vase, and it'll just give you that item. And then you will have to place that on the bus schedule. I'm thinking, like, how do we suggest to the user that makes sense and that's a thing they can do? I thought about that a little, but I didn't really come up with a plan for it. I think it's doable. I think ultimately we need some way to look at it to show what the overlay looks like. And then hopefully we can have some like similarities, like maybe there's some little kind of like registration marks that are common between the overlay and the bus schedule that kind of serve as a visual cue that they are related, at least. I'll have to do some more thinking about that. And then we could also just kind of be forgiving, like, you know, maybe if you drop the overlay on the bus stop scene, it just kind of automatically places it correctly for you. And figure that out. Let me write a note about that. What is the command to use the overlay? And how do we make that clear to the player? Okay. I can check off passcode screen on my list. Also, I have a note here that says PDA is just an email device, and then it has a little sad face emoticon after it.
Oh, because you wanted it to do more?
Yeah, I wanted a little icon screen, but we can still put some fun icons, I think.
There should be a duck icon.
Bolt, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Can you give Bolt a shout out, please? I enjoyed what I was able to catch of your Rocksmith stream earlier. Okay, so what are we doing? There's a lot to think about here, and my brain keeps getting distracted. The PDA name. This is it. It's time. Thank you, Bolt. You should see our little PDA here. So we got this device you can pick up and use. Turn the screen on. And right now the passcode is just set to 1234. So it's very easy to unlock. And then it shows a goofy smiley face. But we made it all work, and I'm very proud of that because it took a little fighting against the capabilities of this program. Oh, I missed the funniest jokes and the smartest conversation. Too bad. Okay, back in World Builder. So, Bolt, if you want to suggest a name for our PDA, this is it. This is your last chance. The names we have so far are Edison, Woz, Digital Buddy, Care, Appleton, the Melbourne, Virgil, or Lid, which is short for little interface device. We have room for 2 more suggestions if any of y'all are very quick. I think I'm going to go ahead, since I have the list in front of me, it'll just be easier for me to do this than to make Unsecret Crush do it.
How about Eyebolt?
Eyebolt.
I can't think of any name ideas. I've been trying.
Yeah, same. I mean, it's hard. I'm honestly impressed. We have all collectively come up with so many good options already, so I feel like we'll get something good here regardless. Okay, new poll. What is your favorite PDA name? So the way we're going to do this, because we have a lot of options, we're going to do 2 separate polls. So just pick your favorite out of the list, and if your overall favorite is not on the list, you should vote for one anyway, just because that'll be in the final poll. So I think you should just pick your favorite out of the options available, and then in our final poll, we'll narrow it down to a single suggestion. So first poll is going to be Edison, Woz, Digital Buddy, Care. Let's see. I'm adding Eyebolt to the list. I want you to know that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Maple
8,
Mystery
9.
has arrived.
Oh, Maple Mystery. Great to see you. This is your last chance. We have one more slot available if you want to suggest a name for our little PDA interface. Let me show that again here, just so you can see exactly what you are naming. We'll keep this on the screen during the polls. So here's the little device you find lying on the ground. It will be on a different screen when you find it, but it'll look like that. And then when you use it, it looks like this. It's a colorful device. It's currently described as having teal plastic, a 3.5-inch monochrome display, and a row of bright pink rubbery buttons along the bottom, which feature this lovely heart OK button, which I'm a big fan of. And you can turn it on and enter your passcode, which is currently 1234. And then it shows you this little goofy placeholder art. Something to do with heart. There's a typo there, and I can't figure out what you're saying.
I think they're suggesting something like, because the button is a heart, the OK button is a heart, something
right.
Heart related.
Love palm. Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll fill this first poll in with suggestions we already have, so y'all have another minute to get your last minute suggestions in. So this poll is going to be Edison, Woz, Digital Buddy, Care, and Appleton. So Edison, Thomas Edison reference, which I think was inspired by Apple's Newton device. Woz, of course, a reference to Steve Wozniak. Digital Buddy is just a fun and cute name. Care is a reference to Susan Care, artist that worked on the original Macintosh, and I am a big fan of. Appleton is a reference to William C. Appleton, the creator of World Builder. And that's going to be our first round of voting here. We'll do 2 minutes. Seems like enough time. So there we go. Please get your votes in. And then once this poll is complete, I'm hoping I will be able to see the final results so I can pick the top 2 answers. And then we'll have a third poll that gives us our final. HAL 2000. And again, we have our other options are the Melbourne, Virgil, Lid, or Little Interface Device. And so far we have iBolt. But if Baltimore wants to replace his iBolt suggestion with another one, that is fine. Melbourne, yes, as in your city. That is a reference to Sydney, which is the computer in Gabriel Knight 3. Actually, I think if we do that one, we'll maybe just go with Melbourne rather than the Melbourne. Sydney is shithouse. Hardy PDA. I kind of like maybe just Hardy. How do you feel about just Hardy? Just to keep it a little bit shorter?
Not really. Like, Hardy spelled with a Y. Mm-hmm. That's like, a hearty meal. Mm. Like beefy stew or something. It doesn't quite convey cuteness. I'm trying to think of something, like, we're going off of the Sydney idea. Uh-huh. Which is a riff on the computer in Gabriel Knight 3. Just in case anybody wasn't aware of that. Something to do with Grace. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But, like, just Grace is, like, not techie enough, I guess. Oh, I forgot to vote.
It's pretty good, though. Well, it's not too late. Sure. You can vote out loud with your mouth, and I will consider that in our final results here.
Well, I would have voted for Care if I hadn't been spacing out.
Okay. I actually forgot to vote also. I think out of these, I'm going to go with my favorite, Appleton.
I do like Sweetie. I especially like if, like, maybe on the art, it had, like, a little logo that said Lil Sweetie.
That's pretty good. Okay, so I'm just filling in our totals here so far. So we have 3 for Woz, 2 for Care, and 2 for Appleton. Okay. Oh, Bolt said in all caps, oh, what about how it's really pronounced Melbourne? Which I actually kind of like that. Melben. I will let Culinary make the final call on that, but since it was Culinary suggestion, but I kind of dig that. Or we can make Melbourne the alternative instead of Eyebolt. Sweetheart. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, let's see. Honk Honk spacing out?
Oh, Val was asking if I was spacing out because of honk honk.
Oh, got it.
But it was just regular spacing out.
Melbourne toast. Okay, so Bolt, you need to narrow down your choices to one. I would be happy to do more, but I feel like splitting this into yet another poll is going to be complicating things too much. And Maple Mystery, do you like Hearty or Sweetheart or Sweetie? Hearty PDA. Melbourne it is? Okay. I kind of like Sweetie out of Maple Mystery's suggestions, but I will go with whichever one you like the best. And I'll start filling in this poll here. How do I get back? Okay, new poll. Question. What is your favorite PDA name? Round 2. Okay, so this round we've got Melbourne, Virgil, and I'm trying to remember. Virgil led Dante through purgatory. Did I get that right, Val?
Yes. From the Divine Comedy.
Yes. We have lid or little interface device. Oop, I ran out of space.
Yeah, there's a very strict character limit on the poll answers.
I'm going to put this in as little interface dev. Melbourne. Similar to, but not the same as Melbourne. And Sweetie it is. Fantastic. I love all these. Okay, and we'll do another 2-minute poll. And then we'll take the, I guess, 5 that have the most votes overall is what we'll do. Here we go. I'm going to have to, just for my own enjoyment, design a little pixel logo for this thing, I think. Maybe put it along the left side or something.
I feel that whatever ends up winning, like for character space in the programming, you can just use its name.
Sure.
But on the like art,
yeah,
I think it should be Lil whatever.
Lil whatever.
Because Maple Mystery and I both agree that this is a device that is marketed to middle schoolers.
Oh yeah, this is a. This is a like, weird email PDA for girls. 100%.
This is like a pocket diary electronic device for email.
Yeah. Okay. We got 3 votes for Sweetie in the lead. We have 2 votes for Virgil and 1 each for Melbourne and Lid, or Little Interface Device. Little Interface Device. Got another probably less than 30 seconds by the time you hear me say this. Draw a legally distinct Hello Kitty on it.
I'm saying this is an opportunity to get a duck in there.
I'm not opposed to
like
it.
A pixel duck mascot.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, we're at 3 each for Virgil and Sweetie. And times are running out. I think that's going to be it. Okay. So a tie for Virgil and Sweetie. So I'm going to enter all of the totals here. I can't believe Digital Buddy didn't get any votes.
It's just
that was a good one.
It's just kind of dull, I guess.
Sure. It's fun, though. Little interface device has 1 vote. Melbourne, a mere 1 vote. Oh, right. I forgot to vote again. So I can add 1 to... I actually don't know. Like, this is tough. This is really tough. Did you vote this time?
Yes.
Okay.
I voted for Sweetie.
Okay. So I'm putting these in order of votes here. So we have a few that got 3 votes total. Those are Sweetie, Virgil, and Waz. We currently have 2 that got 2 votes. Care and Appleton. Lyd and Melbourne each had 1 vote, and the others did not get any votes. So I believe anything with less than 2 votes is getting thrown out. So ultimately, it doesn't matter which one I vote for, because, well, I guess if I voted for Melbourne, which I do like, that would complicate things, because then we have 6 for the final poll. So we'll just toss that one out, and our final choices will be Sweetie, Virgil, Waz, Care, and Appleton.
Oh, that's gonna be hard.
It is, but we're gonna have to do it. We'll get through this. So here's our final poll. What is your favorite PDA name? Final round. I honestly don't know which one of these I would choose. We're going to go a little bit longer for this one. Actually, you know what? I could use a bathroom break. So I'm going to do a 5-minute poll. And then I'll go take my bathroom break. Get your votes in. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Okay, last call for votes. Time's running out. Guess we have about a minute left. Less by the time you hear that, though. Sweetie is in the lead with 4 votes. You have 2 votes for Virgil and 1 for Appleton. Oh yeah, I haven't voted. I don't think I'm gonna. I could potentially be a tiebreaker, but I think it looks like Sweetie is going to be the winner, and I like that one a lot. The Lil Sweetie. Just a few seconds. Sweetie it is. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you all for your votes and suggestions. That was fun. So, now we have some things to update. Let's quit out of here. So again, any object that is not something the player will see the name of, I'm going to keep that labeled PDA, just mostly so I don't have to update all the object names I already have. And also to keep something that's much shorter. I mean, it's only a few characters, but with how many times it's repeated, it really adds up. But for these 2 screens and also the actual like object that you can pick up, we're going to name those our device name. So PDA is now Sweetie. And I do very much like the idea of having the little logo actually say Lil Sweetie, but just so the player only has to enter a single word, we'll label the object that way. So that way, when you pick it up or drop it or whatever, you just have to type Sweetie. And scene data is what we want. Oh, wait, no. Name is in a different spot. Okay. So we're going to name this Locked Sweetie. I'm trying to decide whether to put Lil on the room name. Do you have any feedback on this?
Sorry, characters.
Oh, you're honking over there?
Suddenly. Okay, they stopped talking. What did you ask me?
I'm trying to decide whether the title of the screens when you're using the device should say Lil Sweetie or just Sweetie. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because that's not something that the player has to type at all.
Right.
That's just something we reference in code and that displays at the top of the window. Okay. And then we have some code to update. So let me think. We have mostly in our global code. So here, again, we're giving the player a lot of options. So they can still call it a PDA or even a phone. You know, it's not a phone, but it's a little phone-like. So, you know, some people might just think to type that.
Right.
Probably no one's going to type device, but I'll leave that in there anyway. And then I'm going to add in Sweetie. Again, World Builder is not case sensitive, so I'm going to keep it capitalized just because, you know, it's our product name. So just for consistency, I'll capitalize it, but it doesn't matter to the game engine. And then we want to make sure that Sweetie belongs to the player. It's in the player's inventory. And then if they've unlocked the device, that's what this variable is keeping track of. Then we move to unlocked Lil Sweetie. Otherwise, they will go to locked Lil Sweetie. And if they don't have it, it just says you don't have it. I think that's everything in the global code. But let me scroll through this to make sure. And then we have on our lock screen a little bit of code to update, which will take some time to load. Let me speed this up. There we go. One moment while I clean up my notes a little here. Okay. So now I have to kind of scroll through all this darn code and make sure, whoops, that's too fast. Make sure I'm updating all the references. I'm pretty sure the ones we need to update are, well, I guess they're kind of in the middle. Okay, so here's one. This needs to be unlocked Lil Sweetie. Is that maybe the only one, actually? Okay, that's all fine how it is. That's all fine. That's fine. Oh, we have a bunch of text where we refer to it as a PDA. Okay. So we should update that. Just, I think it will be helpful to the player if we refer to it consistently and the name we're expecting them to use.
Right.
You should close the Sweetie first so you can see where you're going. Okay, so those are just messages if they try to, you know, navigate to a different room or drop an item or something. Wait, I want to copy all that because that is code that's in the unlocked screen as well. I'm trying to decide. I think after this we'll move on to the bookshelf, which again, I will be accepting joke book titles if you have any. Honestly, like, it doesn't have to even be a joke. It could be literally anything. You know, it could be some reference to something. I'm trying to think of like any good examples, but I kind of got nothing. I tried to come up with one of my own.
The Sims has a long history of joke book titles that are basically like real world novels where you like change some words.
Okay. Yeah, something like that would be fun.
I can't think of a good detail or a good example at this time. Yes.
Silver, please eat your dinner. Also, Val, that's a great suggestion.
That's very good.
Phlebotomy 101 by Dr. Acula. Love it. I'm writing this down. Well, I'm copy and pasting it.
The Power User's Guide to Sweetie.
Love it.
Also
I
very
love
good.
it. I love it. Do you have a suggested author name for that? You don't have to suggest one. Also, a thing I was going to say is it could be just a title. You could add an author name. You could also add a little bit like some text that, kind of gives you a little more information about the book if you have anything you can think of funny to add. But again, those extra bits are completely optional. Okay. So it took so long, I forgot what I was doing, but I think I want to update this code now. Six Seven suggests how to limbo when in limbo. Dance tips for the recently deceased. I love it. Okay. So we're just pasting in this updated text here that refers to it as a sweetie instead of a PDA. And I'm checking over the rest of this. And the rest is all good. Okay. Let me copy down this one. In this, honestly, this is a pretty open-ended, I will easily be able to add more titles at any time. So if you come up with something later, if you're watching the VOD of this, you can suggest titles next week or, up until we're wrapping things up here. So this is a fun little spot to contribute something without a lot of pressure. By Tiffany Usborne. Oh, yeah, I saw you sharing those books. I had never heard of those, but they look wonderful. Tribute to Usborne books on computer programming. Purgatourism, travel tips for when you've got no better place to be. Lovely. Purgatourism is great. Okay, let's make sure all that works real quick, and then we'll start poking at the bookcase screen. We'll start putting in some titles, and we'll start working on the puzzles on that screen, so you'll be able to pick up the skull and I guess pick up the book as well, and then move the bookshelf by finding the hidden switch. What's going on, Silver? Are you having trouble?
Are you honking?
Burning off your sins 1 calorie at a time. A book of exercise routines. I've obtained banner character from single poll due to not abyss primos.
Nice.
Wonderful. Okay. So we've got our sweetie. Let's use the sweetie. There we go. And we're on locked little sweetie. Turn it on. Oh, we should update this text here. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Oh. The buttons are in a room that doesn't exist.
Oops.
This is why I wanted to get the name finalized before we go too much further, because there's already lots of things to keep track of that need to be updated now, and it'll only get worse. Okay. Fortunately, most of these PDA screens start out in storage and get moved in, but our basic buttons are always present. So those have object data that is referring to the old room. So locked little sweetie. Again, I would love to copy and paste that, but it does not work. I might triple check. I know I've checked this before, but Command C. Yeah, I just get a C. I think this is the last one. And again, at some point, I'll have to duplicate those 5 objects for our other screen, or I could move them. I will probably do that off stream just because it's not going to be interesting work. And that'll give me an opportunity to kind of experiment and figure out what seems the most sensible. Honestly, since going from locked to unlocked is like a one-time change that doesn't like ever get reset, I think it might actually make the most sense to just move those to the second room once it's unlocked. Okay. This might be... No, because it's off by default, so there's nothing on the screen, which is good, actually. And then, fortunately, all the scene code, I used scene @ to refer to the current scene. You could actually use the, scene name as well, but I've been trying to use the scene @ just because that way, if you do change the name of the scene, you don't have to update anything. Okay, use sweetie. There we go. And now we can turn it on. Okay, great. Let's unlock it. Actually, let's do a wrong code first just to do a little more testing. Oops, I actually accidentally turned it off. That's wrong. Obviously, we need a little bit better message here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got it. Okay. Oh. The smiley face is starting out in the wrong scene as well. And we don't have any buttons to turn it on. Does this work? There we go. Okay. So we're almost there. Actually, before I do that, let's close sweetie. Good. And then we can go elsewhere. And we can type other things like open PDAs. Oh, no. I need to make another note about that. Apparently, I have a lot of code to open a thing that needs to be updated. So open PDA on path screen opens the door. We'll get there. Okay, but if we go inside, there's nothing to open here, so this should work here. Oops, if I type it correctly. There we go. And we're taken to the right screen since it's unlocked. Okay, we got some more suggestions from 6-7. Point, Click, Laugh, a casual novel about a group of friends who bond over old adventure games. I love it. Safe Scumming for Sanity. It's actually a book about belief in reincarnation. Okay, and we don't have any buttons here, but we can power off. Oh, that didn't work. So we need to fix that. But that's fine. Yep. We're getting there. Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and add the code to move the buttons. That will not take very long at all, especially if I make this go fast. Scene code. So fast. So there's only one point in the code where we need to move the buttons, and it's when you successfully unlock it. Every time I make a definitive statement like that, I'm like, am I going to regret what I just said? I'm just trying to find the spot in the code that does that. It's up here more? Okay, here we go. Okay. So we set our variable that everything is unlocked. And then we have 5 buttons, and I'm going to try to remember how I labeled them. I have referenced them somewhere. Okay. PDA okay, PDA back. Okay. So we have PDA back. I'm going to go in order. PDA up. PDA okay. PDA down. And then PDA power. And we don't want those to go to storage. We want to move them to unlocked lil sweetie. Okay, so that will move all the buttons to the unlocked screen, and that's should be the only time we need to mess with those. So that's way simpler than duplicating all the buttons. And then the code that I copy and pasted to that screen doesn't have to be updated at all, because we can use the same names. And now hopefully we don't have to open this extremely slow code screen very much anymore. I'm sure we'll have to open it at some point, but not too often. Okay, let's just do a quick check. Why didn't power work here? So if you press the power button or type power, it checks if PDA screen unlocked is in storage. And then if it is, it should move PDA screen unlocked to the current scene. So why didn't that work? Did I get the name of the object wrong? PDA screen unlocked. Where does it start out? Is that wrong? Oh, right. Because it's supposed to be on by default. So, and we forgot to update this name. So it's in unlocked lil sweetie now. And that should work. So it starts out on, because like when you first get to that screen, you just unlocked it. So of course the device is on. But from that point, you can turn it off and on again, and that should all work correctly. Let's make sure. And then we'll get to our bookshelf. Power on. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got it. There it is. Power should work. Oh no. I'm sure it's just some silly mistake, but I've looked at it like 3 times now. Thank you for the scream, 6-7. But at least we have our buttons here. That's good. I believe these are all, they're not hooked up to do anything yet, but the fact that it's printing, nothing happens is good. So all our buttons are there, and our menu is correct. We can close from here. Okay. So we're mostly there. Let me just poke at this one more time and see what the heck I did. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, I see what happened. I deleted a bunch of code that was responsible for turning off the lock screen, and then I never added the code that's responsible for turning off this screen. So we just need to... Eventually, this right here will have some code that moves anything that could possibly be on this screen back to storage. But for now, we just have this little placeholder that needs to go to storage. Okay. So that should work now, and then it prints the screen turns off, and then a blank line. And then this handle's turning it back on, which should all be fine. Again, like that's a thing where when I deleted that code, I would have loved to add a comment to myself that, I need to add code here once I add more objects, but nope. Obviously, I could have made a note in my notes, but that's about it. Oops. Gotta turn the sweetie on to use it. Oh no, what'd I do? I keep getting unintentional button presses, and every time it happens, I'm not paying attention enough to be sure if I've misclicked or if something weird is happening. Okay, there we go. Now we can turn it off and on. All good. Hey, F-Tom. Yes, we have named our PDA Lil Sweetie. We went through a lot of different name options, and that was our number one choice. So let's actually let's cheat and get the key and unlock the door. Open the door. Oh, there's no guy there. I was kind of hoping the guy would be there. All right, well, we can go up. And this is our bookshelf that we're going to work on next. So right now we don't have any interactivity in this room. We're going to make it so you can pick up the skull and the book. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Not that tricky, but a little bit tricky, because if you pick up these items, then you will be able to drop them. Like, that's just the default behavior of a mobile object, as the game refers to it, which is something you can pick up. But an object only has one artwork form. Like, we can't have an initial state that shows it on the shelf and then an alternate state that shows it on the ground. So what we have to do is, these will be immobile objects initially, and if you click on them, or we'll have to put in our own code for handling the parser input to take skull, for example. what we'll do is we'll move the immobile object into storage, and then we'll have a different mobile object that actually gets moved into your inventory. That way, if you ever drop it, it will appear on the ground instead of floating, wherever this is. Like, if it appeared here on this screen, that's fine, but on most other screens, it's going to look very weird to have a skull right there. It might be hilarious, but we would prefer it to be a little more sensible than that. And same with the book. And then another thing we have to deal with here is that the whole bookshelf is going to move once you find a hidden switch. In the case of the skull, what I'm planning is that you have to pick up the skull in order to find the hidden switch. So with that, I don't have to worry about moving out of the way. But with the book, if you don't pick that up before moving the bookshelf, we'll have to deal with moving that in and out as well. So that's another complication. I love making things complicated for myself, apparently.
Yep.
Yeah, she knows. Oh, Efton said you did 03 and not 14. Okay, thank you. Goofed up the code. All right. So my brain's in little sweetie mode, but we're shifting gears here. So upstairs hallway is what we want. Okay, I couldn't remember if I had already put the bookshelf in its own object, but clearly I did because it's not here. Eventually, I'll need to draw in a passageway that's behind the bookshelf, but for now, we won't worry about that. I'm going to find our bookshelf. There it is. Oh, and I did actually make Agent Scully a separate object already. I'm thinking. So for a mobile object, the name of the object is also how it's listed in your inventory. So we should change this. I'm gonna refer to this skull as Agent Scully, and if we don't explain it, I'm fine with that. But the immobile version, we want to refer to differently, so that the shorter version can be used for the mobile one, if that made any sense. You know what?
Yes?
I'm going to... We're adding more objects that are going to be related to the bookshelf. So I'm just going to do the slightly annoying thing of cut and paste. And then most of the objects attributes are preserved when you cut and paste from the list like that, but it resets the name. So this just puts our bookshelf at the end of the list, and then we'll be able to add our other items in this room so they're all grouped together in this list, because there's no way to reorder this other than this very weird and tedious way. Okay, and then I'm going to copy and paste that. And it always scrolls back up to the top every time. And this one's just labeled Agent Scully. Currently it is otherwise a duplicate, but we're going to move Agent Scully down here. I can probably just use the same artwork and just move it down there. I think that'll look okay. Realistically, it'd probably be a little bit bigger since it's like closer to you, but I figure most people probably aren't going to drop it anyway. And then we need to go in here. Object data. So this is going to start out in storage. And how valuable is Agent Scully? Sure. So this is a mobile object. And that's, obviously we need to write code to deal with that, but that's the objects all set up. And then this book needs to be separated as well. Did I get all the objects? I did. Amazing. So this is going to be our fake book that you open up. We're actually, I think, going to do an interface for this that is like a extremely simplified version of what we did with the PDA. So like you can look at it and get a close-up and then open it. And it's going to have like cutouts for some objects, and it'll be a little bit of a puzzle. So we'll create... How am I going to label this? This is our electrolyptus book. So we'll name it electrolyptus book. And this is the immobile object that appears on the shelf. So that's why I'm adding shelf after it. With the eyebrows, that's great. Okay, immobile, and this starts out in upstairs hallway. Immobile, that's all good. And again, copy and paste. Name electrolyptus book. Blech. In this one, like this appearance doesn't make sense for when you drop it later, but for now, I'm gonna not worry about it. At some point, we'll want to redraw that. I should make a note, actually. Like, before now, it wasn't really a concern to, like, make notes about things because the game has overall been small and, like, anything I've goofed up, I'm gonna like, you know, come across just playing around in the game. But we're getting to a point where I need to make notes about anything I need to do, especially, you know, like dropping this book is entirely optional. You might never do it. So we need to change object data, and again, starts out in storage and is mobile. This is a puzzle item, so it's very valuable. The weird value system is, honestly, I might kind of overwrite the code that tells you what your current worth is, because it's a little goofy for our game. Okay, so those are the objects we need. And, oh, right, I just remembered a thing that we finally figured out last week, which is that the game orders items on screen in the order they are in this list. Like, it seems that what it does is it draws the background artwork. Then on top of that, you have immobile objects, which, if there's overlapping ones, they get layered according to other immobile objects in this list. And then you have your mobile objects, which again seem to get layered according to their order in this list. I think that's right. It's especially important for this screen because we want our items on the bookshelf to appear in front of the bookshelf. Otherwise, you wouldn't see them. But based on my testing, that seems consistent. So, which is an extra good reason to have these together, just so we can, you know, at a glance, make sure that the ordering of things is correct. Okay, so let's write some code now to do this little item swapping we have set up. So far, we don't have much you can do here. We just have, if you type down, then you are moved to the foyer. So we need to add code for clicking on Agent Scully shelf and clicking on Electrolyptus bookshelf. And we need code for things like take skull, take book. So if click $, equals Agent Scully shelf, then we'll start out with just this one. Exit. I was just thinking, this is a little different. When you normally pick an item up, it has a default response that it prints. You can customize that, like if you go into object data and go to the next screen. You can specify your own pickup message here. I don't think I've actually done that anywhere yet, but since we have to handle picking this item up ourselves, we have to decide what it prints here. Because we have to write it ourselves, and I can't remember how the default text is worded, I'm going to simply put in, you pick it up and place it in your purse. Okay, and then we exit, and then I feel like I would love to have that phrase in the game somewhere, but it should maybe be in a more Easter egg situation. Oh no, is this purgatory for Laura Bow guilty of stealing dino bones? Maybe it is. It could be. Electro...
I'll let you finish typing that complicated word.
Electrolyptus book. Shelf.
Is there a opportunity to have a message, like when you try to pick something up that you can't pick up?
Oops.
Have it say, don't touch it, you don't know where it's been.
Yeah, we can 100% do that.
Cool.
We would just have to figure out where we would want to do that exactly. I'm trying to think of what's a good, like we have so much interactivity with the toilet that we don't have a good opportunity to use that there, which is a shame. Okay, so we're moving Agent Scully shelf to storage. Also, hello, Kira Salesh. I hope you are doing well. Also, you told me I can pronounce your name however I wish. I haven't decided how that is yet. So I might change it a little bit every time until it feels right to me. But you're always welcome to correct me at any time if you've decided it shouldn't just be up to me. Great. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. So we're moving those items to storage, and then we're moving the non-shelf version to the player. Okay. And then I think what I'll do for a lot of parser input, I've been doing this kind of weird, like nested if statements to give you different options of verb and different options of noun. I was about to say I'm going to do it different this time, but Every time I've thought that, I'm like, oh wait, no. We need to account for both take and get, which for a normal item that the game considers a mobile object, it will automatically understand either of those. The game's own handling of objects actually requires you to refer to the mobile object by its exact name every time, which we're going to handle a little differently, because like you don't even know what this book is before you pick it up. I guess we'll maybe have some text if you look at it that tells you what it is, but obviously we're not going to make the player type electrolyptus. They will have to type that if they want to drop it, but that's okay, because that won't really be necessary. Oh, I just remembered a thing that I was thinking about early on, like kind of before we really got started, is that you can control how many objects the player can hold. Mm-hmm. And so far, that like I think we just kind of left that at the default value, which is probably more objects than we will have in the game to pick up. But that is something we could change. So far, I feel like the direction this game has gone, I can't think of any way in which it would benefit the game to make like inventory management a puzzle at all. So we probably won't do that. But I did just remember it, and it seemed worth mentioning. I'll have to think about that some more. I know a lot of people don't enjoy inventory management as a puzzle, but I personally feel that if it's done well and for a good reason, it can be enjoyable. I'm not sure that really applies to what we're making here, but I might have to think about it a little more. Okay, so I think for now I'm just gonna do if text $ equals take book or get book. And I guess we should allow the full name as well. It seems unlikely anyone would type that, but since we've programmed that in as like the name of this item, like someone that maybe knows what the full name is might think to type that in this scenario, and then it would be weird if it didn't work. Okay, so that should work well enough. I think that's actually slightly more flexible than the game's own parser is with picking up items, so I think that's fine. And then up here we'll kind of do, whoops, that's not what I meant. We'll kind of do a similar thing where you can refer to the skull as Agent Scully or just Skull. Maple Mystery does not enjoy inventory management as a puzzle. So I guess we won't be getting any of that in Crimson Diamond then. I think that's all good now. Okay. Sorry, I'm just spacing out a little bit. And yeah, I'm sure I'll be here for a while, so we'll probably be here when you're back. But if not, have a great night, Maple Mystery. Always good to see you. And if anybody's not following Maple Mystery, y'all should fix that, and also go wishlist Crimson Diamond. Okay, got our PDA. We're done fooling with that for now. Let's cheat and get the key. Actually, you know, we haven't gone through the whole thing tonight, so let's go through a little bit more of this. We'll get our soup bone. Give the dog the soup bone. We'll search and find the key. Okay, unlock the door. Oh, no creepy guy. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay, fine. We'll give everybody a little tour of the bathroom. Unfortunately, the sink doesn't work, so we can't wash our hands. And then we can go up to our lovely little bookshelf, and hopefully now we can pick things up. Hey, you pick it up and place it in your purse. And now we can drop Agent Scully. And you no longer have the Agent Scully. And we can pick up the book, pick it up and place it in your purse. And again, we have to drop Electrolyptus book. And there it is, looking a little bit out of perspective, but we'll fix that later. We can also click to pick things back up. And our inventory will show all of our items. Your pack contains a rapier sharp wit, a normal key, a sweetie, an Agent Scully, and an Electrolyptus book. Guess maybe we should capitalize Agent Scully. Seems appropriate. Okay, so the next step is to make this puzzle complete here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So the way I'm thinking of setting this up is, again, I'm trying to make use of the World Builder's built-in search command when it makes sense to me. So my thought is that once you have picked up the skull, if you search, then you will find that there was a hidden switch behind the skull. I'm open to feedback on that, but I like that. It gives a little more of a puzzle to it. Like, part of the, like, typically with a bookshelf like this that has a hidden switch, right, you would pull on a particular book or something, which we could do, but I don't know that it really works well in World Builder. I don't know how we would just set that up. Like, I guess you would have to click each individual book, and then most of the time you would just get our random descriptions, our random book titles that we're going to program in. But because those are random, because there's not really a good way to have each individual book be a clickable thing, it would just get very messy. So it's going to be random. And if you get repeats, you might think, oh, this is all just random and there's not really anything to find here. So you might give up. And there's not really a good way to, like, hint at, like, we could maybe have some text say, you know, there's a book in the bottom right corner that looks unusual or something. But then again, you're just kind of clicking randomly in a way that I think would be even less satisfying than your typical point and click pixel hunt. So I think doing a search after picking up the skull makes the most sense to me. Is there some kind of hint when you pick it up? That's actually a great idea. I think we should do that. So like when you pick it up, it gives the message, and then, you know, maybe it says like, I'm just trying to think of good wording, like, you know, just something that you think you see something behind the skull or whatever, but then it's up to you to, you know, actually search and find it. I guess another thing to think about there is, should we have a clickable spot here as well? My thought was that it wouldn't be a switch that's visible from here, but I'm maybe open to changing that. I guess I feel like making something that's visible here is making it too obvious. Silver, go eat. I'll shut down the stream. Okay. So yeah, I think for now, let's add a little text hint, but not a visual hint. Upstairs hallway. Okay. So when you pick up the skull, for now we're just gonna leave this, pick it up and place it in your purse. I'm trying to think of a way to write this that doesn't come off extremely obvious. Like, it's gonna be fairly obvious just because it's not gonna be a normal "you've picked up an object" message. But I feel like there's gotta be a way to word it. Like, all I can kind of think of is like something like a glint of light catches your eye as you take it off the shelf. I don't know. I have found I'm especially bad at writing while I'm streaming. Mm-hmm. Like, writing is definitely something I need to, like, think more about and, like, focus on without distractions.
Right.
So I've been much more comfortable, like, just kind of throwing in whatever and then clean it up later off stream. But yeah, that's fine for now. I'm going to make a note that we should improve pick up descriptions in upstairs hallway. Okay. Actually, I guess we're not done here. So then we're going to add if text equals search, then I guess that's an exit. Okay. And then we also want to make sure that Agent Scully's shelf is in storage. One thing to think about is, like, you know, it might make sense to say, okay, we should check if the player has Agent Scully, because if the player has the skull, then they take it off the shelf. But then this check would fail if they, like, picked up the skull and dropped it somewhere else. So if Agent Scully's shelf is in storage, that's always going to mean that there's no skull on the shelf anymore. So that's the better thing to check for. Okay, so I'm just thinking about what we do from here. I think the way this will work now is that when you search, you confirm there's a button or a switch, but then you need to type a command to actually press it. Like, it doesn't make sense for a search command to take an action. You...
Oops. I unplugged my stream headphones.
Oh no. You search the top shelf of the bookcase. Wording. Why is this so hard? Like, my brain just can't do it.
Just write a real simple placeholder sentence.
Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Behind where the skull used to be, you notice a hidden switch. Okay. Good enough for now. I'm trying to decide if we should call this a switch or a button. Mostly in terms of how you interact with it. A button might make more sense because then the verb is more straightforward. Like, you push a button. With a switch, you could push it, you could flip it, you could toggle it. Like, I feel like there's more options and not as obvious a one as just push. So let's call it a button. Actually, we'll go a little bit further than that and say it looks like you could push it. A thing I've noticed in some other world builder games is that sometimes they will be very clear about text commands you can use, which I think is just kind of a way of acknowledging that the parser isn't very advanced. So, you know, in this case, they might go so far as to put in all caps, like, you can, all caps, push button, you know, then you know exactly what you need to type, which I appreciate and I think is a reasonable approach. But I think we've been able to be reasonably flexible with our the way we're handling text commands. So I prefer, you know, like a little bit more subtle hinting at it. But I do like to, you know, give a suggestion of verb and noun. And then to handle the actual button press, we will allow push or press. That's kind of all I'm thinking of at the moment. And then we will also check for a noun. Even though we haven't referred to it as a switch, we'll just allow that anyway. Hello, Kyle and Error. Progress has been great. We got our PDA lock screen fully functional. It ended up not being as bad as I thought it was going to be. And I think it's mostly done now, the lock screen specifically, which I think is going to be the most complicated part of that. We came up with a name for our PDA. It's called the Little Sweetie. I'm very excited to draw a little logo for it. I haven't done any art today, have I? I should really do that. I should do at least a little bit of art.
I mean, you drew that weird face.
Does that really count?
Sure.
But yeah, maybe I'll draw the logo or something. Okay. This, we don't have, the way I'm going to do this. Oh, right. Or wait, are we going to allow any clicking? Yeah, I think this is going to be an interaction that you have to type. I think that's the best way to do it. What did I call this? Bookcase? And then I'm going to have another bookcase object that's actually shifted way over to the right. It'll still be visible somewhat. And then there's a little bit of trickiness here, because if the book is still on the shelf, which is a separate object, we have to move that out as well, but only if it's still there. We might ultimately need a variable to keep track of that, but we'll worry about that later. For now, I'm just going to do if electrolyptus bookshelf equals scene. So that's our version of the book that is sitting on a shelf. If that's in the scene, then we're going to move that to storage. And the reason we might need a variable is because we're moving it to storage here, but if you move the bookshelf back, we want the book to reappear. And at that point, we can't just check if the book on the shelf is in storage, because it also gets moved to storage when you pick it up. Because again, we have two different book objects, one that's on the shelf and one that's an inventory item. So complicated. Okay, but that should get us some basic interaction here. Let's go ahead and try it out. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Okay. Returned with waffles. Fantastic. So for anyone that has just come in here, again, we're going to move this item elsewhere eventually. But for now, we've left it right here at the beginning so we can test it. We now have our PDA, which we've called Lil Sweetie, or Sweetie for short. So we can use the Sweetie. We get a nice close-up here. We can turn it on and enter the code, which is going to be a puzzle in the game, but for now it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's our lovely little placeholder. And we can close the PDA and let's see. We have some bugs to fix, but there are there are some screens where you can use the PDA. There we go. And then, yeah, it's still in the unlocked state, as it should be. Let's do a little cheat and get the bone. We got some cheat commands, so we can test things a little easier. But now I got a key. And we can unlock the door. Oh man, the guy is just, he's a little shy today. There he is. There's our lovely friend.
There's the boy.
How you doing there, buddy? Bye. Okay, let's go upstairs. So if we search now, it shouldn't find anything. You find nothing unusual. But if we pick up Agent Scully, it says you pick it up and place it in your purse. A glint of light catches your eye as you take it off the shelf. That's our little hint there. And now if we search again, you search the top of the shelf of the bookcase. Behind where the skull used to be, you notice a hidden button. It looks like you could push it. Let's push the button. Okay, well that didn't quite go right. I think I actually used the wrong object name for the bookshelf as a whole. I meant to check that. I think I was so sure I was right that I didn't. pull button. I do need to add another... I need a way to close the shelf again in case you didn't pick up the book. But probably pull button is not the way we'll handle that. Okay, bookshelf. I used bookcase. Oops. And while we're back in here, let's go ahead and add the alternate state of the bookshelf. That'll be pretty easy to do, I think. I'm going to go ahead and add the code for it now. So we will move bookshelf open to the scene. I wonder if we have a good sound we could use for that. Let's see. Like, creak is not right. Flush. Huh. Oh, there it goes. Took a minute. Thank you for the flush, Efton. Let's see. I'm playing some sounds on my soundboard here. That was swish.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks, 6-7. I played a whoosh there. That's actually not bad. Like that could sound believably as like a thing being pushed along the floor. So we could maybe use whoosh.1. Let me see what else we got here. Most of these are not going to be anywhere near appropriate. That's jarred out sound. I couldn't remember exactly what it sounded like. Definitely not right. Oh, slide.1? That sounds like it's meant for the kind of thing we're using it for, but it's a little not right. At least for this. I can't figure out what specifically is sliding in that sound. Like, just so weird, like, variation. Like, it doesn't sound like a smooth slide. Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's going for. It's weird. But yeah, I think I like whoosh.1. Let's use that. Hopefully, we should see how we're doing on overall file size here. Hopefully we're not going over budget with our sound effects here. One thing we can do, if it comes down to it, is... I've mentioned this before. I would love to get it under 400K, excuse me. I think that's going to be doable, but if we add too many sounds, it could go over that. That's kind of my biggest concern with file size. But if it becomes a problem, we could have like two different versions of the game. One where we, cut out a few sounds that aren't really essential. The biggest reason I wanted to keep it under 400K is that we'll let it run on an original Macintosh, which Xenolon has offered to test it on. So that would be really cool. And also, it'd just be nice if it could run on that earliest Mac. I have a not currently running, maybe never running again, original Macintosh, though it has been upgraded, and I'm pretty sure it can read a 800K disk. Okay. So we're going to do sound whoosh.1. And then we should have some text here. Print as you push the button, the bookshelf begins to move. it slowly reveals a hidden passage. There was a typo in here somewhere, wasn't there? Oh, yeah, there it is. Your. Oh, wait. I fixed the wrong one. I added an extra typo instead of fixing the typo. Catches your eye as you take it off the shelf. Okay. Now we need to create the open bookshelf. I wish I thought of this sooner, but I think it's okay. I would prefer to have this up next to the other bookshelf item. But in terms of layering objects, like we're going to move these off screen. Those won't ever be on the screen at the same time as bookshelf open, so I don't think that's a problem. Oh, was there another typo? Top the shelf. Thank you for mentioning that. I'll go back and fix it. So this one starts out in storage. It is also a mobile. I have off-stream been cleaning up a lot of the text, and like definitely at some point I'll do a more thorough updating of everything. God, I keep picking the wrong thing. I should probably take a break. I could use a little break. Scene code. I wasn't even the right section of the menu. Top of the shelf. Where do I mention top of the shelf? Down here. No. Here. As you search the top of the shelf. Wait, you search the top. Oh, you. I'm doing great. How are y'all doing? I'm great. You search the top shelf of the bookcase. Behind where the skull used to be, you notice a hidden button. It looks like you could push it. Okay, I believe that's a correctly formatted sentence now. As you search the top shelf of... You search the top shelf of the book. Okay, yeah, we're great. Everybody's great. Okay, we need to update this art now. Okay, so... Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this whole thing over to the right, which means that most of these books are not going to be visible anymore. But if we don't delete them, they're still taking up a tiny amount of space in our overall game size. So we want to delete anything that's definitely not going to be visible. I'll leave it at that. I might not be positive about exactly how far over it's going to be until I've actually drawn the passage itself. As long as the lines on the top and bottom are invisible, it should be in the right spot as I'm moving it over. Let's see how that works. That's pretty good. Okay. Okay, let's try that out. I think... Oh, we didn't copy the sound. Let's do that so we get our nice sound effect. Whoosh.1. There it is. Paste. Whoosh.1. All right. while I'm thinking about it, let's check our game size here. So we're up to 70K for the game itself, which is still pretty good. And then the sound library is probably bigger. Whew, 107K. But still well within what we're shooting for. So that makes me feel pretty good about where we're at. There are some amount of screens that we'll be adding that are probably going to end up being bigger in size than a lot of stuff we've done. Like, I would like to do a title screen, I think. So that's going to be a big bitmap for the, like, any text we do is going to be bitmap. But we've done some stuff like that, and it hasn't been that big. I would also love to do a couple more of our own sound effects. Again, we can only do like a 6-second sound, and even a sound that long is pretty big. But I think it'd be nice to at least have a sound that either plays at the beginning or the end of the game, if not both. DLC. Okay. So let's cheat and get the key. No friend. Okay, so search, nothing unusual. So I'll go ahead and take the book. And we'll drop Electrolyptus book. Okay. Pick up the skull. Glint of light catches your eye as you take it off the shelf. All right, we haven't added any jokes in. Heck, we gotta do that. You search the top shelf of the bookcase. Behind where the skull used to be, you notice a hidden button. It looks you could push it. I'm doing great. Push button. There we go. At least that worked. Wonderful. And then, of course, we got to draw the hidden passage behind here. So that'll be... it'll be relatively simple. It'll be kind of going back into darkness. I think we'll have... back there is going to be sort of a... I'm imagining it as kind of a study, and there'll be someone sitting back there who you can talk to. That's probably going to be the most complicated thing we haven't done yet. But it doesn't necessarily have to get too complex. We can have a little bit of conversation without getting too elaborate with it. But there's going to be a person sitting there, and there's going to be a lamp in the room, which is also where you will get your light bulb. So my thought is, like, it's kind of going back into the darkness, but there's like a hint of a lamp being on back there. And then, like I said, we'll have a way to move the bookshelf back. We should also have... searching, I'm writing a note to myself. Searching the upstairs hallway should mention items you can take. So if you don't pick up the book from the top shelf before you move the shelf, that might be like you're kind of making the game harder on yourself, because it moves off the screen and then there's not a visual reminder that there's this like askew item you might be able to take. So like I'm okay with doing that, but I don't want to be too mean about it. So I think we should have some text mention that book, even if it's off screen like that. So we could either include that in the description, or we could make that something that comes up when you search if it's still in the room. So just made a note to remind myself to deal with that. Okay, while I'm thinking about that, let's go ahead and add the code to move the shelf back into place.
Didn't you say something about taking a break a while ago?
I did, and then I keep thinking of things to do. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that when I get back from a break. And we'll also figure out something to draw. Maybe a little sweetie logo or something fun. Oh, we gotta add joke books too. There's so much to do. Back in a minute. Okay. Kyle and Era suggested book could fall off the shelf when you push the button. Yes, that is something I had thought about before, and I'm glad you mentioned it because I think that's a better solution. And that shouldn't be too hard to handle. It's just slightly different than what we already have. Let's go ahead and do that now. Oh, we forgot to put our customary blank line after this. Okay, so if the Electrolyptus bookshelf is in the scene, then we're still going to move it to storage, but then we move the mobile version to the scene. And I'm actually going to move this down here because we want to print some text as well. And I think we'll just have that in a separate block. So print is the bookshelf moves a book falls off the top shelf onto the floor. Okay, amazing. A whole sentence without typos. I just needed a couple bites of granola bar and I'm like ready to go again.
Not even the whole granola bar.
Okay. So yeah, that's a good solution. And then we don't have to deal with moving the book around when the bookshelf moves back. We honestly don't even have to allow the bookshelf to move back. But like I've had the various doors set up so they could be opened and closed. And I kind of like having things you can fiddle with pointlessly. Like, I don't see any reason not to. It's barely any extra code, and it makes the game feel a little bit more alive than just, you do one specific thing and then it's done. That thing is no longer movable. Just seems a little less satisfying to me. So we're going to deal with this in the same way. So you just push the button again to move the shelf back. So I'm adding an if statement here. So if bookshelf, let's see, I'm trying to think of how I do this check. If bookshelf is in the scene, then I do it the default way that we've already programmed in. Exit. Otherwise, we do the opposite. Maybe... Actually, I'm trying to think of how I've programmed other things. I feel like our default behavior should come last. I feel like that's generally how I've written similar code. Most of this we don't need, but I'm just going to go ahead and copy it all. And then we'll delete the parts we don't care about. So, if bookshelf open is in the scene, then we're moving bookshelf to the scene. Actually, move that to storage first, and then move that to the scene. And we'll play whoosh again. This check does not need to be here. Okay. As you push the button, the bookshelf begins to move. It slowly returns to its original place. Okay. So that should all be good. And then the other thing I wanted to start adding in here is our joke titles. I'm trying to think of what is the best way to do that interaction. Definitely you'll be able to click on the bookshelf. So maybe we should start with that. Can never decide how to order things. I guess we'll put that up at the top here. If click. Hello, Baltimore. Thank you for the hello. If click equals bookshelf. Actually, if I do a single equal sign, then you'll be able to click on either version of the bookshelf. The original state or the open one, which I think is, there's no reason not to allow that. And then we're going to do a bunch of random number checks. So, So here's a thing I didn't think about. We can do random numbers in this game. Or in this game engine, rather. And, you know, you can have different things happen based on that random number. We've already done that in at least one place with the our normal guy that sometimes appears when you open the front door. The thing I hadn't really thought through is that if we want a bunch of different random occurrences, then we are creating a new random number every time. There's no way to generate one random number. Oh, maybe there is. If we can set a variable to a random number, which I think we should be able to do, then that is a better way to do this. I was trying to figure out how the heck I was going to program this because I was thinking we would have to just generate a different random number repeatedly, and then just like the probability would end up being really weird because of that. But let's take a look at the manual here. I think hopefully this will make it clear. We probably want to go to this section specifically on variables. So we have random number, which gives us a random uniformly distributed integer between 1 and 100. And, oh, okay, so here's our let statement options. So numeric variable equals number variable constant. Huh. Oh, and you can do some amount of math. Okay, that's interesting. This isn't answering my question clear enough, so let's find the section on variables and it should be more clear. 68. Okay, yeah, they got a nice example right here. Let B1 number equals random number, assigns a random number to the variable B1. And then you can use the statement. If B1 number equals 1, the statements in the if block will be executed only 1% of the time. Perfect. Oh, yeah, and this is another good example. Like, we could divide the random number depending on how many random book options we have. Thoughts about adding a fun faux copy protection in the game? I'm very curious if you have any additional thoughts beyond that. I can't think of what we could do that I would be happy with. Like, I can't think of how that would work exactly. I kind of love the idea. I just can't think of how to do it. But if you have additional thoughts, I would love to hear them. And also, it's definitely something I'm going to think about a little more. Like a page number in your pixel art book and word number, or adult questions like Leisure Suit Larry. Interesting thoughts. Interesting thoughts. The only thing I could think of was like we could include a PDF with the game or something. You know, that has like a PDF version of something you might, you know, get as a physical item with a real game. What are we going to call this variable? So you might think B for bookshelf, but I'm scared of the B variables. Shoot. All right, I gotta check the README. Some of the B variables are bad, so I'm a little apprehensive to use any of them if I'm being honest, but there are some that are safe. Let's see. So this has one mention. Variable B2 does not store data reliably. So I'm just going to write a note here that says bad variables B2. And then the interesting thing here is that says B2, which seems straightforward enough. Like, it's in the main README file. Like, I'm sure they checked that over and made sure it's correct, right? Except somewhere else, it lists a different variable that's gone bad. Hopefully this is it. It seems like this should be it. Oh gosh, this document is so long. I don't think this is the one. Maybe it was in getting started. That makes sense. Or maybe the FAQ, or... I believe it was B4. I just want to make sure. Oh, you know what? I put this in my notes on the computer. I was like, I know I made a note of this somewhere. And of course, I can't find it. Okay, I'll keep looking on here. Wherever it was right at the top. Getting started. Programming number 1, maybe. Does this have find? Of course not. I don't think it's any of these. Like, they don't look like the right. Okay, I give up. I'm not going to use B. Let's use S for shelf, and now I've forgotten what this was for. All right, a random number book. Well, I'm positive it's not B1, so let's just use B1. I'm just going to write this here. B1 number. Random book number. Hopefully I'm not remembering wrong. I'm generally pretty good at remembering weird numbers that aren't worth remembering. So let's get back to our code here. If anyone was not here earlier, so we're going to have this little bit of interaction here where you can look at the bookshelf and get a random description of one of the books on the shelf. So if you have a book title you would like to suggest, I encourage you to do that. We can add quite a few. I'm happy to continue adding them. If you don't think of anything today, if you think of something tomorrow, you can write it down or even just message me wherever. You can mention it next week or anytime before we wrap things up with this game. So like it could be like a joke title of a book or, you know, anything like that. You can have a title, an optional author, and if it helps you make a funnier joke or whatever, or just a more interesting game response, you can add like a sentence or a couple short sentences kind of describing what the book is about or what it looks like or something like that. The Many Trials of Captain T. Morrow. Thank you, Silver. And since this is just like a fun little way to get some fun dialogue into the game, I will do my best to put most suggestions in here. Oh, I typed in the wrong thing. Silver, do you have an author for your book? You don't have to if you can't think of anything. So we're going to use B1 and hope it's not cursed. And we're going to set this to random number. And then we just do a bunch of if statements. So we have 8 so far. So let's divide this by 10. And then that'll give us, you know, roughly, that'll give us 10 possibilities that are equivalent odds. So it's a couple more than what we need right now. And as we get more, we can shrink what we're dividing by here. So if B1 equals 1, then exit. And then we'll print. Let's see. I think this is one of our first suggestions here. I wish I could copy and paste these, but I cannot. If I spent a little time, I could. Mostly, phlebotomy is a hard word to spell. Phlebotomy 101 by Dr. Acula. Okay, I'm going to add more text to this. So we're going to say something like, one of the books on the shelf is titled Phlebotomy 101 by Dr. Acula. that one. And B2, we have the Power Users Guide to Sweetie by Tiffany Osborne. By C. Kent. Perfect. All right, we'll put that one in next. All these extra spaces that I end up with, they're very frustrating. The Many Trials of Captain T. Morrow. Whoop. I see. Kent. Okay, up next we have How to Limbo When in Limbo. We didn't have an author for that one, but we do have some additional text. It's a collection of dance tips for the recently deceased. Silver said, took me a second, then I remembered one of Superman's titles was The Man of Tomorrow. Nice. Okay, 5. Have lots of suggestions from 6-7 here. Purga tourism. Travel tips for when you've got no better place to be. I am coding after midnight, it's true.
Is that a thing you're not supposed to do?
I don't know. Is that bad? I hope not, because I do it a lot, if I'm being honest. If B1 equals 6. Burning off your sins 1 calorie at a time. A book of exercise routines. If only I could copy and paste, I'd be done now. Up next we have point, click, laugh. It's a casual novel about a group of friends who bond over old adventure games. Sounds lovely. I'm going to have to do so much proofreading at some point. Oh, we got another suggestion here. How to Get Ahead in Navigating by Ron Gilbert and Tim Schafer. Let's come up with a more jokey reference to their names as opposed to actually using their names. Like we could mix them up. Tim Gilbert and Ron Schafer feels a little too like that's not mixed up enough, but something like that, I guess, is what I'm thinking. Let's see. Next suggestion is Save Scumming for Sanity. It's actually a book about belief in reincarnation. Tom Schiffer and Rob Gilroy. Perfect. How to get ahead in navigating. By Tom Schiffer and Rob Gilroy. Oh, we have additional suggestions. Tiny Chafing, Ron Schaffer and Tim Gilbert, Ron S. Haffer and Tim G. Burt. Okay. Need an Easter egg for description. What do you mean by that? Okay, let's feel free to continue suggesting things, but for now, I'm going to close this and we'll go test things out. I did closing the shelf, right? Yeah. And again, we can add more to that at any time. Oh, actually, we need to tweak something here. This screen's getting a little slow to load. So, whoops, that's too fast. So we checked up through b equals 9, but since we don't have an exact 10 possibilities here, we need to have like a fallback. So this is the one that will, for now at least, be slightly higher odds. We just want to have, oh shoot, I need to exit in there. I don't want to have a situation where you click on it and nothing prints. Okay, and we'll just make this an exit. And probably at some point, we should add some text options to get these descriptions, like look at bookshelf or look at books, but we'll worry about that later. Well, I'll do it right now. Text $ equals look at bookshelf. Oh, actually, we can kind of cheat a little here. Because I'm using the single equal sign, this will match look at book or look at bookshelf, which is great. So then I don't have to put in those separately. And then we'll also allow look book. And We should do read book. That seems like a pretty good amount of flexibility. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and sheet into the house. So this time I'm gonna not take the book up here just to make sure that everything works correctly and it ends up on the floor. So you can search, find the button, push the button. The way that updated was a little weird, but that's okay. It all worked out fine. And it says, as you push the button, the bookshelf begins to move. It slowly reveals a hidden passage. As the bookshelf moves, a book falls of the top shelf onto the floor. So close. And also we can click on the bookshelf. One of the books on the bookshelf is titled Phlebotomy 101 by Dr. Acula. One of the books on the shelf is titled The Many Trials of Captain T. Morrow by C. Kent. It's fascinating to me how this is going. I swear, like, all three of these are in the order I put them in. One of the books on the shelf is titled How to Limbo When in Limbo. It's a collection of dance tips for the recently deceased. Oh, okay. We finally got a different order here. One of the books on the shelf is titled How to Get Ahead in Navigating by Tom Schiffer and Rob Gilroy. Purgatourism, travel tips for when you've got no better place to be. And we should be able to push the button again to move it back. Fantastic. Great. So the main thing we're missing here is the secret passage. Maybe I'll go ahead and draw that now. Oh, sorry, Silver. I missed your try again suggestion. Okay. If I code after midnight, all my efforts turn out very bad. I'm sorry to hear that, Hinton. I think it can kind of go either way for me. There's two coding after midnight possibilities for me. Like, at least they mostly break down into one of these two. One is I am over focused on a problem and I am unwilling to stop working on the problem until I have solved it. And that is frequently bad. It doesn't stop me from continuing until I'm done, but often I think I would have been better off stopping, waiting till morning, and, working on it after, being refreshed and having a good night's sleep and all of that. The other possibility is like, I'm really on a roll and like getting a lot done, basically. And I can often be very productive late at night in a way that I sometimes have difficulty being during the day. And I think the tricky thing is that in the moment, it can be very difficult to tell which one is happening. Like, obviously, I can tell if I'm to the point where I'm getting very frustrated with the problem I'm solving. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Can relate to that horrible focus. It's only 2 a.m. I still got some energy. Exactly. Honestly, a lot of the code I wrote after 6 p.m. turns out very bad. I mean, if I'm being honest, a lot of the code I wrote at any time of the day turns out very bad, but sometimes it's good. It just all depends. So what was I going to do? Oh, right. I was going to start drawing our secret passage. So a thing I need to do to accomplish that is I need to know where this edge of the shelf is. So I'm just going to copy that one shape. And oops. Well, that's interesting. I copied some text that I had previously copied. Okay, but here's the shape I was trying to paste in. And now we can draw a rectangle. So I'm just going to make that go up to about there. That seems pretty good. Just trying to visualize, like this will be covered up to here. And then when it's open, it'll be about here. So we'll see a good amount of space here. I suppose it's quite a bit shorter than the door. So maybe it should be a little bit taller. Okay. And then we're going to make that probably not all the way black. But it's tricky. And I'm also having trouble visualizing exactly what hint of something being back there I want to have. I want to have a little bit of light coming through. The way I'm picturing the room behind here is there's a person seated on the left side, and then to the right, there's a small table with a lamp on it. There probably won't be too much else in the room, though we'll kind of suggest that it's a nice cozy space. It's not going to be something, you know, super cramped or anything like that. It's a nice place to chill out and read a book or whatever. Like the NES game box art for Phalanx. I'm gonna have to look that up. Okay, I guess I need to specify game box. Oops. Oh, fantastic. Probably not with a banjo, but this guy's great.
He looks like he might want to offer me some rye.
He does. He really does. This guy's got great vibes. Okay, so back to figuring out. Look, the lamp will be low-ish, so it'll be maybe around this height. So maybe I just want to have like a little bit of light in a circular shape here. That's a little bit tricky to draw because I think what I'll do is I'll draw an oval and fill that in, and then I'll just draw over that with the polygon tool because I can't. I guess I could draw this wall as a shape where this area is cut out from it, and then I could put this behind. Yeah, I think that's going to be easier. So let's try that. I guess this can just come all the way across. Okay. Is that? Oh, that was fine. No, I've done it. Okay. So now I just have to fix the layering here. So we'll send that to back at first, and then this shape is getting deleted. And we fill this in with the same pattern. And now I can send these two to the back. Oops. Fix that easy enough. Yeah. Okay, so now I can fill this in. And I can do a bunch of concentric circles. Or at least a couple of them. To kind of hint that this is coming from a light source. So far, I don't know if this is going to quite look the way I want it to, but it's not too bad. The idea of it is good. Yeah, we'll do that for now. I wish I had a little bit more control over the blending, but unless I want to do a bitmap, it's not worth worrying about. I have been thinking occasionally that as we get closer to wrapping things up, there are little details I might, add in a bitmap so I can perfect the art a little more. But for now, I'm trying not to be too picky about stuff. So I think that looks pretty decent. It's something I might tweak a little off stream, but for now, it's pretty good. Let's go ahead and test that out. One more circle, you think? I'll give it a shot. Cheat house. Push button. I'm going to try to tweak things. I don't know if y'all are noticing it, but as the shelf moves, the book is still there in its original spot, and then it moves. I don't know if I ordered things poorly or what, but it'd be better if it didn't happen like that. Like the book should fall off, and then the shelf should move. But yeah, it's pretty good. One more circle on outside to match inside. I'm not sure what you mean. Coat. So inside texture but outer circle. I see. Okay, yeah, so just so I only have one if statement, I put this last. But we can move the book and then the shelf. That should work out pretty well. I can't quite tell the way it times certain things. Like, I don't think the order of the sound and the text really makes that much of a difference in the end. Like, it definitely doesn't wait until the sound is over to print the text. But if a sound is playing, then it won't process another action until it's done. So there's lots of weird little quirks like that aren't always super obvious. I guess just for consistency, I'm gonna... Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave that how it is. Okay. I feel like this might look weird, but I'm going to try it. At least I'm going to try what I think you're describing. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah, it looks odd to me. But if that's not what you meant, please feel free to say so. I do maybe like the idea of having 3 different steps. So let's try it this way. Yeah, so it gets a little brighter. I take that. And let's update the text a little bit to mention that you can tell there's a light back there. Like, try to make it a little more intriguing. You know, obviously it's a hidden passageway, you know, you're going to go through it regardless, but there's a light coming from inside the passage. Yeah. Okay. Almost one, huh? I should probably wrap up, but I want to do a little bit more. I really want to play around with our little sweetie logo a little bit. I still haven't really done any pixel art today, and that's like the best part. So my thought here is we'll have just like a text logo, and we can maybe combine a small icon that goes along this side. So I'm pretty sure I can rotate stuff in Mac Paint. So I should be able to draw it, you know, horizontally and then rotate it. I want to make it look like a logo and not just text. So I think at the very least, I'm going to tweak the default text options that we have. I might just draw it all by hand. But I think what we'll start out with is I'll rough something in and then I'll paste it in to make sure it's kind of the right size. We should make the little sweetie logo an emote. That is a great idea. We'll definitely keep that in mind. Also, I keep forgetting to mention, I made this little guy. It's the little demon from Uninvited. I feel like I could tweak it a little bit better. I like it, but I feel like it's a little too small, maybe. So I'm gonna play around with it a little more. Currently, it's like, well, if you have a lower resolution screen, it might look crappy, but on a higher resolution screen, it should be pixel perfect from the original. Which I like, but I feel like it ended up a little too small, so I might be able to tweak it somehow, but I just haven't had a chance to play around with it more. But I wanted a weird little guy that does a little dance kind of thing. I think that's an important emote type to have. So how are we gonna do this? Does Lil have an apostrophe, you think? I kind of like that. And then I feel like Helvetica bold might get the closest to what I'm kind of picturing here. But again, this will take a lot of tweaking too. The other thing is, like, I have something I'm kind of picturing for this, but maybe it's not right. Maybe it's not cute enough what I'm picturing. Let's try different font options. Chicago's a no-go. Courier's a no-go. Geneva is not great. It's just kind of bland. Helvetica. I do definitely picture it being italicized, slanted. I feel like these are all fake italics. Like it's literally just slanting the text instead of the text being drawn that way, I'm pretty sure. So it doesn't look great, but since I'm going to tweak it all by hand, I'm not too worried about that. Do you have any thoughts on the little sweetie logo? Okay.
I think it's too late for me to have thoughts.
That's fine. Totally understandable. Detroit font. I don't think we have a Detroit font. How's Stream Ghost holding up back there? I think she's been making preparations for bedtime.
Yep.
So I think it's Unsecret Crush bedtime, if not past that. All lowercase cursive. I mean, you know, when I draw it by hand, I could certainly do that, and I do like the sound of that if I can make that readable at a small size. But in terms of fonts, we definitely don't have anything like that. We're very limited. For now, I'm trying to rough in something that has the right vibe. Let's try it in all lowercase, though. I do like the sound of that. Let's go with that for now. Again, I'm just gonna see if this is about the right size. Well, let's also make sure I can rotate in here. What? Why is that? There's a rotate option, but it's disabled. Oh, okay. So I can only do that with a rectangular selection. Okay, but it works fine. It's only 3 p.m. on Secret Crush. It's just about 1 a.m. here. Sure, we'll save that. Sweetie logo 1. I like your capitalization suggestion, Hinton. That's very good. Yeah,
I would maybe switch, well, no. Okay, I don't know if Hinton is doing this on purpose, but in the late 90s and early 2000s, there was this thing called the Delia's catalog.
Yes.
And their, like, brand identity was this kind of mixed case serif font, kind of looked like a typewriter. The apostrophe was a little daisy kind of asterisk thing.
Oh, yeah.
The catalog pages were iconic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the shit. We are looking at a Google image search of the Delia's logo at this very moment.
Which I'll paste it in the chat if anyone wants to see it without having to Google themselves. There's the Wikipedia page.
I was briefly energized by
Delia's.
By memories of Delia's.
Yes, so many people did that on AIM. Very true. Okay, so we're going to open up World Builder and paste our little temp logo in to check the size of things. Might be a little too big. Yeah, I think we should go a little smaller than that. Like, you know, there's obviously space, but I don't want it to be too crowded over here. So I think I'd like it to be a fair bit smaller. I guess another thing we could do, and I'm actually maybe tempted by this the more I think about it, is instead of having the logo off to the side like that, we can have it appear on the lock screen or after you unlock it or something like that. I might like that more. Just because I like how relatively simple the device interface is, and like everything with detail here is an important thing to interact with. And if, like, I'm fine with having a small logo here, but I feel like if I make it small enough that I'm happy with the amount of space it's taking up, it's going to be hard to get fun detail in it. So if we have it on the screen, we can have a little more fun with it. So that sounds more appealing to me. Hinton, you're doing great.
Yes.
Yes. Makes me want to watch Daria.
That is also a thing that I did in the mid to late 90s while I was clipping out models from the Delia's catalog.
I've only ever seen a little bit of Daria.
What?
Pretty sure.
You got me the whole box set for Christmas one year, and I'm positive I made you watch all of it.
All of it? Really?
I mean,
Are you sure?
whether or not you were paying attention is another matter. Also, I don't know where that box set is now.
Yeah.
Could be literally anywhere in this house.
Like the Game Boy Nintendo Drop logo. I never had a Game Boy, so I can't quite picture what you mean. Like, I mean, I've used a Game Boy. It's not something that's like burned into my brain. Robot Spacer napping with his eyes open while Daria plays. Oh, okay. I did an image search for Game Boy Startup, and I think I
with the letters bouncing.
Yeah, the animation. We definitely can't do any animation.
Yeah, I keep thinking that animation is possible in World Builder, but it's because, like I was doing at the time that you were streaming both of these games, I keep mixing up the World Builder whole vibe with whatever Shadowgate was. So I keep thinking like the animation of like the garage door opening to reveal a wizard. I keep thinking, that's a thing that you can do. It's not.
You can do animation in World Builder by basically swapping out different objects over time. The examples that I've seen, I was not impressed with enough to convince me that it's worth the effort and space it would take up to do it. It ends up coming off, unfortunately, a little bit clunky. So I feel like unless we have a super good reason, I'm inclined to not do it. You're back. Welcome back. we're trying to figure out our little sweetie logo. Both Hinton and Unsecret Crush have offered some particularly valuable suggestions. What did I... Times? I don't even know if the font I had is important. So... I'm typing this exactly how Hinton has suggested it, which I'm very into. The star S, that's not the name we came up with. Little Sweeties isn't correct. I like the way it looks with the two asterisks, but I like Little Sweetie.
Yeah, I feel
singular.
Like I like this. I feel like the asterisk apostrophe between the two words evokes the Delia's logo without being too obvious.
Yeah.
Is that the only serif font?
No, we also have Palatino, which is
worse.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up drawing this by hand. I'm just kind of playing with different fonts to give me a starting point, right, which I may ultimately completely abandon. But if we could get something close, then, maybe I could just clean it up.
The Delia's logo specifically was kind of like a typewriter-esque.
It's more of a courier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's more of a Monaco. Okay, well, that font only works at very small sizes, so never mind.
Yeah, can we see it without the italics?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Like that better?
That's it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I definitely want to tweak it.
Oh, for sure. But
yeah.
That's the vibe.
Okay, we'll start with that.
Remember, this is an email device for teen girls.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and save this how it is. Games. Builder. Sweetie logo 2. Okay. And then just so I have an original copy, I'm going to go ahead and paste that. Keep an original off to the side. So my inclination is to make these horizontal lines thicker. So I'm going to start by doing with that and see how it looks. I don't love the way this little guy came out, but I also don't know how to tweak it. So I'll just experiment a little, I guess. Yeah. It's not quite there. This is tricky. I might make this a little taller to accommodate the thicker lines. Definitely, that looks better overall to me.
Yeah. Get it real good and chunky.
Yeah. Pixel text is a challenge. Because it's constantly trying to decide in various scenarios what looks the least bad. I'm definitely going to come back to that one, but that's all right for now. This dot on the eye, it's not quite right. But I'm also not sure what to do with it. Maybe? Let's see how that looks. It's getting there. Ooh, a heart to dot the I. Let's see if I can make that readable. Tricky. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Check. Okay. These shortcuts make working in this so much easier. Okay. So we got some, like on one hand, maybe the weird alignment is good. On the other hand, the only thing that's off is this W. I guess, like, I basically extended most of the other characters, so we'll just do that there as well. I'm definitely not happy with the E.
Big E or little E?
The little one. It's just not quite right.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to do a little kerning here. Oh. Did I screw up that heart? I can't tell. I think yeah, I definitely messed it up a little. Okay. Oh, what did I do? That's better. Boss. Okay. Before I get too much pickier about it, I want to do another check to make sure this fits on the screen. I think it'll be fine. Whoops. Okay. You can't really see it, but it does fit. I think that's a nice size. And I think I like the idea of Like, honestly, it would make more sense to show a logo on a lock screen, but I think it'll be more fun if it pops up after you solve that lock screen puzzle.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you'll see it along with that lovely little harp sound. So that'll be great. Let's go ahead and put this into our unlocked screen here. I'm going to say goodbye to our lovely little smiley face. Goodbye, friend. And there's our little sweetie logo. I'll probably do a little bit more with this screen than just the logo, but I'm not sure what. I'll think about it. I don't know if I want to, like, I feel like this is getting pretty close, but I want to play with it a little bit more. So the asterisk I don't love. I'm trying to decide like should it be an asterisk? We could make it into more of a little flower shape. Mm-hmm. It can ride. You're not the first to mention the Game Boy logo. So we can do animation. Maybe we should try it. Definitely animation is not something you were ever intended to do in World Builder, but it can be done. What you have to do is create a different object for each frame of animation, and then your code has to just swap each one in and out. And then basically I think kind of what happens is there's not really any way to control the timing, but because of the way World Builder updates the screen, like it draws one object at a time, so you will see each frame of the animation. That's my understanding of it. Another thing to consider is that since we're drawing, this is a bitmap object, like each frame of the animation is, I mean, it's not going to take up a huge amount of space, but it's going to be taking up more space than like a vector object would. So it's a little expensive in terms of file size, but we could try it and see if we can figure out a subtle animation that is fun. And like if we can keep it to a minimal number of frames, it would be kind of a fun thing to do and probably wouldn't consume too much disk space, especially since, it's not like it's taking up the whole screen, right? Like each frame is going to be relatively compact. So I don't think we could do something that's as elaborate as the Game Boy logo, but maybe some kind of like, moving onto the screen. I'm trying to think of what we could do that's interesting and simple. Like I'm thinking maybe 5 or 6 frames total would be ideal, I think. It's going to be kind of okay. Chat. Make the hearts on the eyes blink on and off. That's definitely something we could do pretty easily. Subtle animation, like a combination of marquee and blink. But yeah, definitely blinking is something we could do pretty easily. Like if we're like just animating we could go back and forth between 2 frames a few times. So if we can think of a fun thing like the hearts blinking, that could work very well. Oops. I'm going to make another copy of this and tweak it some more, just so that way I can compare with the previous version more easily. Thank you, Efton. Yeah, everybody had great suggestions on this. I love the way it's turning out. So I'm going to try to do this lowercase e a little more, a little less round, kind of boxier, to see if I can maybe get it looking less weird. Like I think what part of what looks so weird about it is it's like the roundest of all the letters we're working with. And then the low resolution makes it hard to look smooth. It's still not. It's maybe a little better, but also a little bit worse. It's 60s group, the Sweatles. Probably what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to spend an excessive number of hours tweaking this off stream, but it will turn out great in the end, I'm sure. Hopefully it will all have been worth it. Like I dig the way the lower part of the E doesn't come out all the way to the edge here, but it also ends up looking kind of goofy. A little too goofy, maybe? It's hard to say. Oh, that looks better, I think. Oh, I might be happy with that. The S, the small S here, I'm still not entirely sold on. I think the serifs look a little weird. Thank you, thank you. This one's maybe even trickier. I mean, I guess I could just leave it. I don't know what to do with these serifs to make them look less weird to me. Maybe that? Yeah, I think that helps. Okay, I like that. And now I want to play with this asterisk some more. I'm gonna make another copy. I'm gonna try doing like a little flower shape. Pixel on, pixel off. Okay, so how many petals do I want this to have? It's such a small space to work with. I'd almost, can I even make this look more like a flower? It might be impossible. But maybe if I make it more symmetrical, it's worth trying at least. I'm going to try this. I don't know if this is going to be any better. I think I'm just making it worse, but I'm going to keep going. Sometimes you got to make it a little worse before it looks better. Sometimes you keep making it worse and it never looks better. But you got to make sure you don't stop too soon. How about instead of flower, beans? I'm picturing just a little bean there, and I do honestly kind of love it. I'm going to try it. Let's move all of this off to the side. This is a mess, but I feel like it could be cleaned up to look decent, so I'm gonna keep it there for now as a reference, and I'm gonna draw a bean. Okay, so. I can't decide if, I guess it should be filled in. And it can have like some white highlights on it. I might have made the bean too big. This might be too big. It's not quite right. It's too big. Wait a second. Huh. I just noticed the L's are short. How did that happen? Okay. Well, I should fix that on whichever version we end up with. I mean, they don't have to be consistent, but I think it would maybe look better if they are. Yeah, I filled the tops down. That's exactly what I did. I don't know if this is going to look enough like a little bean. I can't figure out a way to draw it that looks the way I want it to look. It's funny, but I don't know. So far, I'm kind of feeling this asterisk the most. A cherry. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. And I feel like that's definitely more on theme.
Is this I keep hearing about a bean?
I tried to put a bean apostrophe in this version.
Okay.
I don't hate it, but I don't think it quite works.
Yeah.
What's your favorite out of what we have so far here? Right now, I'm working on trying to draw a cherry.
Mm-hmm. I would suggest a 6-pointed apostrophe.
Asterisk.
Yes.
Yeah, I tried to make it more of a flower. This is an abandoned version. Yeah. But I tried a 6-pointed apostrophe. I didn't quite like it, but it's possible if I tweaked it more, it would turn out good. But yeah, something about this is just not quite right. And
ain't enough points.
It's hard to fix. But yeah, I'll try that again after I try this cherry.
I feel like the Delia's flower apostrophe was like a bajillion.
Yeah, it's got a ton of petals, like
yeah.
8, I think.
I feel like six will be sufficient, but provide the correct shape.
Oh yeah, Silver did, or at least somebody, I'm assuming it was Silver, suggested the swirly mint, which is a good idea.
I think they were less specific, but I feel like somebody besides Silver said something about candy or wrapped candy.
Right. I'm just trying to think of... I'm just going to make a note to myself.
I'm going to bed.
Little Sweetie logo. Swirly mint. I might not get to that on stream, but I will at least try it off stream and share my work next time around. Good night, unsecret crush. That it's not quite right, is it? How do I make that right? I'm doing an image search for cherry. Like, honestly, like a single cherry almost seems weird, but I feel like 2 cherries would be too much.
A single cherry is just a ball.
Well, I mean, it would have a stem on it. Everyone says good night, Stream Ghost.
Thank you.
Stream Ghost said thank you if y'all couldn't hear. I just realized you possibly couldn't. Sometimes I really have no idea how much this mic picks up half the time. I don't hate that. It's not quite right. But I kind of like the idea of it. I do think the stem needs to be thicker. But then, I don't know, something in here is feeling weird to me. I don't know, that might have been worse. I was thinking of a longer stem and arching over right. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. I'm going to make a copy and I'll try that. We're starting to run out of room here. At some point, I'll make a new file and we'll get rid of the worst ones. Okay. I'm gonna just kind of freehand, like, I just want to visualize different arcs here. Like maybe like that kind of, with the same curve as the top of the S. Pixel curves, so hard. So hard to get right. I feel like wherever it connects to the, you know, the actual cherry just ends up looking weird. And I don't know how to resolve that. Is that too long? I'm gonna leave that for now, and I'm gonna try the 6-pointed asterisk again. Take another shot at that. So I'm gonna try just mirroring this top half. That just looks weird and tall, but we can fix that. It's not the worst. They all look a little bit wrong to me. Little tulip with a stem, maybe a leaf too. I'm looking at image reference of tulips to help me figure out how to do that in a small space in monochrome. Let's try giving, oh, oops. Oh yeah, it's a thing you can do in here that I frequently forget about. If you hold Command and drag like an edge, it stretches the whole thing. Which is, I guess, cool if you want to do that, but sometimes I do it accidentally. Top half of asterisk could be a flower head, kind of like a Mario fire flower. I guess the other thing I'm struggling with is, like, should whatever we draw here be filled in black like the rest of the logo, or should I not worry about that? Maybe it's okay for this part to be, like, a little bit different. Looking at tulip reference again. I guess I've drawn kind of pointy petals, but they tend to be pretty rounded.
Cartoon tulips are usually pointy, though.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Let's look at the fire flower. Oh, well, that's just a big round thing. Wait, what's that? Now I'm looking at different pixel art flowers, and there's a flower in this image that is more like what I was imagining, but oh, this says it's from Super Mario. Okay, interesting. It's more like a, you know, it's got 3 points. It's kind of similar to what I've drawn. Mario World Fire Flower. Oh, on SNES. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's the image I was looking at that I was trying to describe. Yeah, that's a nice shape. And this fire flower has, like, I don't know if these are supposed to be like little squinting eyes or what. But that feels wrong for this. But I feel like it needs some kind of little detail of like overlapping petal lines or something. I just can't figure out how to draw them. Ooh, that's not bad. I don't hate it. I don't know if this is quite working overall, though. Let's zoom out. I do conceptually very much like the idea of a little piece of candy, because like it fits. And then also that can kind of serve as like a separate icon. Like I don't know that we would have anywhere to use it necessarily, but you know, like it's something that would, you know, help. It would make you think of the word sweetie, which is good. So let's try that. Yeah, a heart isn't definitely an option. Like a bigger heart. I'm going to try this candy idea, like trying to get some inspiration candy here. Like I'm picturing like a very like you know, your very typical mint candy with like the wrapper that's twisted on the ends. Although I worry that might be too much detail. Like the little flat round ones. lollipop is an easy candy. That's true. Like kind of a little bit tilted. I'm gonna try this this mint candy first, though. We'll see how this looks. I'm gonna do something a little bigger. Is it symmetrical? I think it is. And then how do I do swirls? That's the tricky part. The rival Lil Stinky failed to move many units. I'm just going to start by kind of roughing in a couple lines here. It's obviously very rough still. I can't decide if I like where it's going. Yeah, this is a mistake. I was going to see what it looked like with a thicker outline, but I think it's just going to turn into more of a mess. Just diagonal stripes could simplify it. Ooh, that might work. Oh, let's try some of our fills here. Maybe there's a fill that would work good. So we've got, let's zoom out so we can judge how it looks overall better. That's honestly kind of fun. I would definitely do a little bit more with it, but I don't dislike that. We have thicker stripes. It's not really any better. We could do a weird Easter candy. Actually, that's not terrible. Like it kind of looks like it's got a, printed wrapper on it or something. That might look okay. I feel like that would work better if I drew by hand a smaller checkerboard. I could also do something like this and then like alternate, like each, thicker stripe is filled in gray maybe. It says, oh yeah, my outline is thickening and I am becoming a mess also. I'm sorry to hear that. A red and white checkered 3D sphere. that sounds a little complicated. Let's see. Do any of these other patterns seem worth trying? We can make a brick candy. This is kind of a fun pattern. It's too big though. Let's try these smaller stripes, and I'm going to fill in alternating grays just to see how that looks. feel like something isn't quite right about the overall shape, but I can't figure out what's bugging me about it. But I am pretty into the overall look of this. Like, I feel like with a little finessing that could work pretty well. I'd also be tempted to kind of put more detail into it, like a bit of a highlight or something. Sometimes I think Robot Spacer is crashed, but he's just concentrating really hard. I mean, it could be either or maybe even both. Smaller circle, but I think even like that, it's good. I think I'm going to leave it at that for tonight. I think we'll go ahead and we'll copy this version. And we'll put it in our game for now. I think I will play around with this a little bit more off stream. I will probably focus on this idea. I do really like the sweet idea. Man, this is great. I love it. Yes, we do want to say that. So let's see, we drop that into our unlocked. Something like that. And I might play around with animation off stream as well, just to see if I can come up with any ideas that seem doable. Is that it for tonight? Let's see what we got here so far. Pick up our little sweetie. Excuse me. Turn it on. And now that we've worked out all that, I almost want to tweak this screen a little to kind of fit with the vibe of the logo more. But I do like that we figured out the basic idea of the logo now, which I feel like will help guide the direction of the interface for the actual like email interface once we get into that, probably next week. That's great. I love that. That's so good. Ooh, a heart keyhole. That's a fun idea. I've made notes. And yeah, I'll play around with the little candy design some more, but I think that's pretty good. Honestly, like if we left it at that, I'd be fine with it, but I think I can tweak it a little more to perfect it. Or the circles could be hearts or both. Yeah, good ideas. Okay. Yeah, the code entry circles. Yeah. Okay, so let's close that and check out the rest of what we got here. So So we've got our little Wi-Fi sign here. Got our Dropbox. Get the bone. Door's locked. Well, eventually we'll come back to this greenhouse and add more to do here. Give bone. And we can search and find the key. Unlock the door. Okay, nobody there. We got our toilet. We got our lovely little bookshelf. One of the books on the shelf is titled Save Scumming for Sanity. It's actually a book about belief in reincarnation. Ooh, we got the same one twice in a row. That's a bummer, but I don't think there's anything we can do to prevent that. One of the books on the shelf is titled The Many Trials of Captain T. Morrow by C. Kent. One of the books is titled The Power User's Guide to Sweetie by Tiffany Usborne. Silver says, I was listening while playing the honk honk. I really like this, the candy. Thank you. Yeah, and I think it turned out great. Thank you for bringing that up again. Let's take the skull. Glint of light catches your eye as you take it off the shelf. You search the top shelf of the bookcase. Behind where the skull used to be, you notice a hidden button. It looks like you could push it. You could push it. I'm making a note to fix that typo. I have so many notes. We'll go ahead and push the button without taking the book. Perfect. And we have to update that art. Did I make a note about that already? Redraw book on ground. Okay. As you push the button, the bookshelf begins to move. It slowly reveals a hidden passage. There's a light coming from inside the passage. As the bookshelf moves, a book falls from the top shelf onto the floor. Falls of the top. So many typos. Oh my gosh. Another note. Okay, let's push the button again. Great. And that's pretty much it, huh? We can use our PDA some more, but nothing works. We could turn it on and off still. Oh, we still have it showing a goofy smiley face. But we'll fix that eventually. There's going to be a lot of changes to the code in the unlocked interface, so I'm not too worried about forgetting about that. Close. Let's see. Let's try some commands in here. So we can power off and close from there. And of course, we can go to the credit screen, which we can search and find our hidden word. You feel a strange pulling sensation. Eventually, that will do something. And that's pretty much it. Still so much to do. Each week, I think, we'll make more progress than we do. But we did get a lot done, and I'm very happy with what we've accomplished so far. Okay, and as much as I want to keep working, I think that's it for tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. As always, this has been a great time, and I'm having a lot of fun. And I appreciate you all being here and contributing to this game. It definitely would not be as good as it is without all of your suggestions. So I really appreciate it. Certainly this PDA would not be anywhere near as lovely and delightful. let's see. Again, we have room for lots more book titles. So if you come up with any funny ideas, feel free to write them down for next week or message me wherever on Twitch or Mastodon or Twitter or whatever. I will work on what we spent some time on today off stream and polish things up and try out some different things like animating and see how all that goes. And then we will continue this all next week. I'm going to find someone to raid. Let's see, I should push my schedule button. My next stream will be on Tuesday. I will be continuing and I think wrapping up Kathy Rain. I believe we're getting quite close to the end. And I've been enjoying that game a lot so far. Also, Unsecret Crush will be streaming on Monday. I believe is for sure going to be more Genshin. On Thursday might be Near Automata or Near Automata or Near Automata, whichever you prefer. But that's a little bit of a question mark, I think. I am just looking for somebody to raid here. Got lots of good options. And so many different games. Wait, really? Oh, okay. Well, we gotta go over here. Taco Adventure is playing A Mess of Trouble, which is a world builder game, which is fantastic. It's one of the games by Ray Dunnican, who was maybe the best known third-party world builder developer. Taco Adventure. I have not ever played this game myself, but it looks really neat, and it looks like he did a lot of interesting things within World Builder. So I'm excited to check some of it out. But thank you again for hanging out, and I hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you around. Bye.